Say a very big hello for those of you who are at my big age. Do you want to know how old I am? Do you? Well, I'm old enough to tell you that hibiscus tea is great for you. So you need to check out the stand by Cipro Beverages. Abby and Mukami, how are you guys doing? You want to tell me a bit about that hibiscus tea that I tried? Come on, come and tell me about hibiscus tea and why we should enjoy it. What's so special about hibiscus tea? I can see serenity. Okay, so Mukami, tell us why we should try your tea. Come on, don't be shy now. Yeah, okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Mokami from Serenity. We have 3 products: hibiscus, purple tea, and green tea. So today we'll be focusing on hibiscus. Our hibiscus is gotten from our farms and sun-dried, so no added chemicals. And then with our packaging, with our packaging for hibiscus tea, it's in a Ziploc bag that can stand, which is good to prevent moisture from seeping into the tea. The benefits, it helps with indigestion, and it's caffeine-free for all those who want to move from coffee to something else, and it's rich in antioxidants. Yeah, thank you.
Right. Okay, come on, let's give Mukami a big hand. A big hand. Come on, more energy. Come on, Mukami, a big hand for Mukami. Wonderful, anti-aging. For those of you who want to look this good at this age, you know what you need to do. I'd like to take this opportunity before I move on to the vendors to just say hello to my classmates. I would like the ones that I know to step forward. Now known as Nyangate. Please step forward. Come on, Christine. You're still Christine, yes? Okay. And we have Maureen, now known as Shiro. I love the way people are reinventing themselves. Okay. Is there anyone else who was in this class? Anyone else?
87.
Class of 87. Anybody who was in class of 87? So this is how we look. Can you give us a big clap? Don't we look amazing? Yes, we do. So I'm going to ask each one of them to just share their most amazing memory of Kotet with you.
Oh my goodness, do you want to start with?
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, I think my best memories of Kotet would have to be around the drama festival. When we got to go out and meet boys. Yeah. And very specifically bush boys, because they were it then. So we were wonderful dancers led by Nyangate. We participated in plays led by Elizabeth Wamai. We were poets with Liz Wamai and Catherine Maina. Yeah, but generally, behind the scenes, we got up to a lot of mischief. Yeah, with the head rabble-rouser being Ses Mutungi. Yeah. Yeah, she was our romance consultant. When we didn't understand boys' behavior, we went to her. And she gave us a lot of misleading advice. Yeah, but Kotet was beautiful in many, many ways. For me, 1986 was a particularly difficult year, and my classmates know why. And they were really there for me, and I've never forgotten that. Yeah.
Ooh,
thank you.
Yes, this group was fun. We got into Form 1 together, went with Maureen to Form 6. Yes. One of the things for me that stands out being in Loreto was I come from Meru, so being in Loreto was a thing that I really, really wanted to do, and I wanted to be in Loreto. So I was so excited when I got there in Form 1. And people might say they left, and I'm like, I went back for 5 and 6, and it was just as good. One of the things that stands out for me was I was in sports. So hockey, anyone here who was in hockey, a hockey player? Eh? No one? Okay, somebody there. So hockey and games, those are the moments that stand out for me. And just having a good group of girls. We've stayed friends all through, and now we are, if you can calculate from then, we're in our 50s. But this group of ours, 87, 89, we're still in touch with each other. So lots of fun and great memories from Loreto. All right, Nyangate?
I think for me, the memory is cold. Yeah, so... Yeah, because I went to Kotet from Form 1 to Form 4, and I was like, I'm done. Yeah, I'm not coming back to this cold and this torture. So, yeah, okay, welcome. Yeah. So, yeah, that's my favorite memory, in quotes, is the cold. But sincerely, it's the friendships. The friendships I got from Loreto 40 years later, we are still as tight. We still meet up. We still laugh. So that's my best memory of Kotet, the friendships. Yeah. Okay.
Wow. Well, my name is Eunice Mashari. I went to Kotet in Form 5 and 6. That was 86, 87. And I had come from another cold place, which is Tumutumu Girls. Very cold. So, but the code in the Loreto was in another scale. I remember sometimes we had to share a bed with my friend because it was too cold, and we used to have like 4 official blankets, and then we topped up hours like 2, so 6 in a day. But my best memories was the discipline in the school, and the girls were very hardworking. We were the top of the class. I think we were number 3 in the Republic when we did the exams, and that was awesome. And just the field and the openness and the sisters, you know, those days, Sister Mary, she was very strict. You wouldn't pass a piece of paper on the ground. You had to pick it up. So she taught us to be upright, to look up, to dream big. And that's how I ended up in my career. And economics, we were only 30 in the class and only 5, less than 10 girls in that class. But we were taught that we could reach the highest goals. So those are my best memories. And also I went back to Loreto as a board member for 6 years. And that was a good way of giving back. I was in the initial alumni committee that helps to put all these things up. And my daughter went back to Loreto. So for us, it was a good investment. And in our family, some Loreto High School, Limuru, something that we treasure very much.
Okay, makofi ya kilo tafadhali, my fellow Kotetians. Oh, Nyangate. Oh no, you are not taking off. You need to lead us in the school anthem. Yeah, apparently there's a school anthem that people sing. So I'd like you to gather your choir members, and we're going to give you an opportunity in about 5 minutes just to practice, because I know we're going to be singing it inside the hall. So for those of you who don't know that we had an anthem, people like me who couldn't remember my house, but I discovered I was in Amboseli, much to my joy. So for those of you who can't remember things, it's okay. We're here. We'll help you remember. We're a group. So Stella's going to remind us, you know, how the anthem goes. I mean, were you there?
So Grace Omolo is the one who composed it. Yeah,
Okay.
She was in our class
but
that time.
Okay, but you can sing it.
No.
Is there
there
anyone
one?
who can sing the
I
anthem?
think the younger ones can.
Where?
Yeah, the younger ones. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I've been told if they're prompted, they will. You're prompted. Okay, so promptly, can you come forward for those of you who know the anthem? Okay. Majenzi. Mukokadi mukuja hapa mbele tafadhali. Majenzi. Okay, the young ones, millennials. Oh, look at you, looking so beautiful. So what we're going to do is I'm going to give one of you the mic. But I'm going to give you a moment to organize yourselves. Okay, so organize yourselves. You got 3 minutes. Organize yourselves while... here we go. Okay, you seem to know what you're talking about. So there's the millennial version and the Gen Z version. So which one do we start with? Ah, yeah, millennial. Okay, millennial version. Okay, you guys can have this mic. So, yeah, when you're ready.
God bless Loreto Limuru. Make her a strong rock to stand. In the cross we place our trust. Let it be what it's been. Crucidum, Spiro Fido. Arise, let's all rejoice. Loreto spirit is alive. Together we will strive for it as we hold our hands as Loreto. Our trust we pledge to guide our school. Unite us in love and peace. God bless Loreto Limuru. Make her a strong rock to stand. In the cross we place our trust. Let it be what it's been. Crucidum, Spiro Fido.
Okay, so that was the millennial version. Okay, Gen Z. I'm assuming you guys have got, more to. You're going to show us how it's done?
Sasa itasikia sauti yangu ama ushike alafu songe hivi. Hapana, simama hapo. Nasikika. Iko sawa. We sad. No, anza message kwanza. God bless Loreto Limuru.
Okay, so who are the lead voices? Who knows the song? You know the song? So Nguvu, okay. And here, who knows it?
Because there's a part we have nice alto. You're alto. Look at you. Alto.
Okay, here we go.
No. I want no say.
As a quotation, remember you always step forward and take opportunity. So, I would like to, if we have drums.
What drums? We didn't have drums.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
God bless Loreto Limuru. Make her a strong rock to stand. In the cross we place our trust. Let it be what it's been. Crucidum, Spiro Fido. Arise, let's all rejoice. Loreto spirit is alive. Together we will strive for it as we hold our hands as Loreto. Our trust we pledge to guide our school. Unite us in love and peace. God bless Loreto Limuru. Make her a strong rock to stand. In the cross we place our trust. Let it be what it's been. Crucidum, Spiro Fido. Woo!
Okay, asante sana. A big clap, a big hand for all the quotations. I have no idea where I was when this anthem was being sung, but I'm told it was sung during assembly. I'm sure I was there. Just trying to remember where exactly I was. Okay, so for those of you who haven't registered for the AGM, could you please come to the registration desk? And if you're amongst the top, or rather the first 50, there's some goodies for you at the registration desk. Come and check out all the wonderful merchandise. There's some you can buy. There's some that you're getting for free, all wonderfully priced at Kotet prices. And there's nothing that says Kotet like drinking your morning tea from one of these mugs. Aren't they beautiful? You know, for those of you who are hikers like Christine, you want to go climb Mount Kilimanjaro, Mount Everest, dangle in, what do you call those things you guys sleep in? Hammocks? Yeah, this is great. It has Kotet on it. So in the event that, you might not get found, at least they know who to call. Okay, so we have one of those. That's amazing. We've got hoodies. It's going to be getting cold, so come and get yourself a lovely hoodie. It's branded. We got books. We got keychains. And for those of you who are tired of walking around with Carrefour bags, this is a lovely bag. If you're tired of just accumulating Naivas bags, Quick Mart bags, I love those places. But when you walk in with your Kotet bag, put all your groceries in there. And when they ask you, where did you get that from? And you tell them where I've been. And you tell them the story. All right, a big hand to everybody. Makofi tafadhali. We're going to be talking to more of the vendors. And over here, everybody likes to smell good. Who forgot to put on some perfume today? Is there anybody? Okay, you can be honest with me. I'm your sister. Is there anybody who forgot to put on a little perfume today? Okay, we're here to rescue you. We have wonderful products, and you're going to tell me what this is all about. So you're going to give me your name, and you're going to let me know where you are and what's on offer today.
All right. Hello, beautiful ladies and gentlemen who are here. My name is Koi from Opulent Cosmetic. We are usually in Two Rivers. We have a shop there in the heart of Two Rivers, just in the middle of everything good in there. We are there. It's okay. I will help you with that. And today we are selling, or what we usually sell, we have Bath and Body Works mist, lotions, and shower gel. We also have Victoria's Secret as the same lotions and mists. We also have other brands in between, and we also have very good skincare from the Body Shop. So if you are suffering with acne or you want to brighten your face, I'm your girl. And today we are running an offer. In our shop, we usually sell the mist at 2,500, but for you ladies today, we are giving at 2,000, and they're the others that we are giving at 2,500. EOS family. If you don't know about that, please come here. Thank you.
All right, a big hand for the lady who's going to make you smell good. You need to make sure that you come and pick up something, even if it's not for you. Pick up something for a family member. And I'll tell you something about perfumes and splashes. They're always a great gift. It doesn't matter where you go. If you give a lady a lovely lotion, a lovely splash, something that she can use to take care of herself, she'll always remember you. So memories are made of this. As you can see, Kotetians leading the way. And as we lead the way to the rest of the world, I'm thinking this is a wonderful time to travel. It might get cold, but right now it's nice and sunny. Have you ever imagined going to Turkey? When is the last time you were sitting on a beach in your bikini, rubbing cocoa butter on your stomach and thinking to myself, this is the life? All right. Well, if you want to go, there is Faith Trotters, and Faith Trotters are trotting the globe. So they've got wonderful merchandise. They've got hats. I can see they've got T-shirts and a little bag written Beyond Borders. And it quotes Psalms 2:8. Ask of me, and I will give you the nations. Woo! All right. So let's find out where you want to go and find out if it's affordable and how you can do it now.
Hi, guys. So thank you so much. That's just a lovely introduction, says. So this is Faith Trotters, like she just told you. and I organize local and international trips all over the world. I also do business trips. So maybe something important to note is currently I have an offer of a staycation. Like if you book within the month of July, then you can win merchandise. Actually, I'll give you merchandise, and you stand a chance to win a staycation at Agile for 2 people, 1 night. So apart from that, I also usually do trade missions. Trade missions is where if you're in business, you can be able to sign up in my WhatsApp group. And then interesting is sometimes I get invitations by people who organize international exhibitions. So for example, if you're in the beauty business or you're in the construction business, so instead of you going and traveling at your own cost, they host buyers. So you're hosted as a buyer, and if you're a hosted buyer, you're paid for accommodation by those people. So for example, if that trip is in Hong Kong, it means that you get free accommodation, then you get to meet all the people, the manufacturers in your industries in that exhibition. You're able to source your products, and then once you buy, you can also get like free airfare. So it's a really nice opportunity. So if you're in business, don't forget to sign up. Apart from that, you should travel, because traveling is just this wonderful opportunity to just open your mind and just see the world. Thank you so much.
Okay, big hand. Your name again?
Sarah.
Okay, Sarah. That was Sarah. And Sarah wants you to travel. And the good thing with traveling, you're going to meet people. If you're single, travel. If you're hungry, travel. If you're bored, travel. If you're stressed, travel. If you feel like killing a family member because they're stressing you out, travel. If you're thinking about having a baby, you're not too sure, travel. If you're thinking about how to educate and handle your children and they're driving you up the wall, down the ceiling, round the bend, travel. If you want to relax, travel. If you want to meet really exciting people and make money, what do? All right, so come and see Sarah. A big hand to Sarah. Come and travel. She's got some wonderful destinations and you need to try them out. Now, how many of you here have your own houses? Your own houses. As in muko na nyumba ambaye umelipia. It is your house, you live in it, and you're proud to be a homeowner. Quotations, my people. One. All right, we have people who own their own houses. Now, for those of you who don't own your own house, are you thinking about it? You want to own your own house. It's one of the great milestones in life, to be able to open the door and say, I'm home, and it's your house. And you can do what you want, you can eat what you want, and it gives you that sense of security and protection. So if you don't have your own house, why don't you come buy a house? So the houses here are looking very affordable. I'm looking at prices for installments and deposits, which, if you're serious, could actually work for you. But let's find out from Esther. How are you doing, Esther?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. Why should I buy a house?
Wow.
From you.
Why you should buy a house? Quotations, hello. Hi. I love the spirit. Oh my God, Kotet. It's just amazing. You people look amazing, and thank you so much for having us today. So my good name is Esther. I'm from Etwans Property Consultants. We do real estate. We are anything real estate. You can consult us, anything real estate. We do property management, valuation. You have a land there. You want assistance in doing valuation, contact us. I've supplied enough cards here, and I'm still supplying more. So we do property management, valuation, feasibility studies, project management. You want to come up with a project and you don't know who to consult, reach out to us. So that is what we do as a company. And because of that, we've been pre-qualified by the government of Kenya to sell affordable housing. Boma yangu. We all know about the Boma yangu, right? Do we? Yeah, so we have been contracted by the government to sell the affordable housing. You can get these houses They're all over the country, in each country. You select a house where you want. I'll help you in getting that house. Apart from that, we have other properties we're selling, apartments, lands. We get so many inquiries from people who want to sell their own lands. You get to us. If you want us to help you source a land, we got you. So reach out to us. We have properties in Kilimani, Kililishwa, the Great Northlands. You know Northlands? Yeah. So yeah, we have other that are coming in Tatu City, a very prime area. We have a lot of properties. So that's why we are here today to share with fellow Cotetians about the properties. So besides that, we have a sorry. So we are offering a real estate school. It's online, purely online. If you want to be realtors like us, sell properties and get money. We all know money is hidden here, don't we? Yeah, so if you want to enroll, come here to this desk. I'll help you enroll. And good thing is that anyone enrolling today for this online course will get a 20% discount. Okay, my boss told me that today. So anyone enrolling today, we are having a 20% off. Are we together? Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate. Thank you.
All right, are we together? We're together? Okay, a big hand for those of you who are together. Okay, together as Cotetians, a very big hand to K-Ret. And what's really important about buying houses, understand the market so that you don't get conned, so that you get the perfect property, and you're also able to advise others, and your house can be used as a security whenever you need it. Thank you very much. So make sure you pop in. And I'm sure you've been looking at me and wondering, oh my God, how old is Cess? Okay, so I could tell you how old I am. Do you want to know how old I am? How many people want to know how old I am? Oh, come on, put up your hands. Be curious. Okay. So I'm 16. And I'll tell you what, 16 going 56 and looking lovely. And I'll tell you one of the reasons why my classmates, class of 87, you saw us standing there, we look amazing. It's important as a woman to take care of yourself. And you can put on all the makeup in the world. It's not going to change bad skin. You can put on all the makeup in the world. You can put on the best dresses. It's not going to change the fact that you're not healthy. Beauty, health, and longevity starts from the inside. What you feed your body is how you look and how long you live. So there are things that you're not going to be able to eat. There are things that you're not going to be able to drink. But I'll tell you what, there's a whole range of things that you can drink and take care of your hair with. Beauty, taking care of yourself as a person, especially as a woman, is one of those things. They say cleanliness is next to godliness if you want to remain young forever. The elixir of youth is always within nature. So we're going to have a little word with the ladies of Mitzvah, and they're selling amazing stuff like baobab powder. You need that. So for those of you who are thinking baobab powder is mabuyu, can I just give her the mic?
Hello guys, I'm Diana from Mitzvah. This is a Mitzvah stand. We are all about wellness of your body from inside to outside. When I say inside, I'm talking of ingestible. We have herbal teas like we have star anise, we have guava leaf powder, we have baobab, we have artemisia. If you can remember when there was COVID, we were advised to take artemisia. Artemisia helps you to prevent malaria, cold, and many other things. We have body supplements, we have natural oils, we have sunscreen, we have natural deo, we have natural lip balm. We have a lot of things. I would only tell you to come and visit our stand for more info, and our products all are today on offer. We are based online. For now, we are based online. We do deliveries also. You are welcome. I'm Diana.
All right, a big hand for Diana. She's going to make you look young. She's going to keep you healthy. All right, so before we go to one of the ladies that I have found most impressive, I'd like us to all stand up. DJ, tupatie kawimbo. DJ, umelala. Uko vipi? No, give me something we can dance to. We're going in to have lunch. We need to wake up that appetite. Are we ready, Quotations? We're just going to sort of just dance around, see how we're doing. Of course, led by class of 87. I can see you guys are ready. So, any particular song? Okay, who wants to select the song that we're going to have a little dance to? Something upbeat, something lively. Okay, we have the entertainment captain here, so she's going to pick one song for us, and we're going to give the DJ an opportunity to play it, and everybody must dance. We've got to see one style. Hi, entertainment captain.
Nakupenda by Davido and...
Okay, DJ, umesikia hiyo Nakupenda by Davido?
DJ Shiz.
I'm sorry, is that? Oh, it's a whole mix. Oh, Davido. Okay, just tell him it's called Davido. Scott Mafuma. Uko na hiyo? Okay. So as the DJ is getting ready, hope you're hungry. I can hear stomachs are rumbling now. It's time for us to go in and have some lunch. But before we do that, a woman who has impressed me. I have looked for a photographer and thought to myself, where am I going to find a photographer? I remember back in the day, we would go to Ramogi Studios, you know, where you have to pose, you know, and then you have to hold, you know. How many of you took pictures holding KICC? Yeah. Or on a bicycle or holding a flower pot. I know we were like so beautifully shady, but she is amazing. She's taking family photos and she's not doing it in a studio, like out here where you are, your family, your moments, she's capturing them all. Mercy.
Hi everyone. I am the Mercy Modoni Koimburi, Mercy Koimburi Photography. Thank you for that intro. And more importantly, why do we take photos? It's because those moments actually matter. And given you're young, thanks to our products, and the fact that you're alive, it's reason enough to take a photo. Document the fact that you are actually alive. So we do family photography for your nuclear family, for your extended family, and I emphasize extended because we don't do enough of that with our grandparents and grandchildren. Take the opportunity to do that. On the other side, we do corporate photography. So if you're looking to have a story for your brand, we are very much available. So for CSR projects, for your meetings, you need to share with the world what you're actually doing. We are very much available to help you document your story. So thank you. Every moment matters. Document it.
All right, every moment matters. Document it so you know where you're going to find Mercy. Come and take a look at some of her pictures. They are beautiful. I'm just blown away by the clarity. But right now, it's time for us to get hungry. For those of you who had breakfast and you're sitting there thinking, sis, ata sina haja ya lunch. Okay, kuna wale wako na haja ya lunch. How many of you want to have something to eat? How many of you are hungry? Yeah, you want to work up an appetite? Okay, entertainment captain, let's go. Quotations were always able to dance. We had the winning dance and we performed at the All Africa Games. We were something. And I can see the generations that came after me also remained dancers. Okay, DJ, entertainment captain, all your little captains. Okay, let's go. So everybody, we're going to come out here and we're going to just shake a little, get into the sun, get some vitamin D. Aya, twende kazi, DJ. Okay, let's get up. Come on, let's dance. You're supposed to be here in the middle. Aya. You're supposed to follow you. And then you go picking up people. Let's go. Okay. We're joining it. We're joining. Rachel, let's go.
Badass. Happy to pull up on you right now. Baby, right now. Originally, no be China. Oh, no be China. From today, I want the day where you day. Kilo day, kilo base. when they move, girl, when they move. Follow my sexy, Agomolo, I'm a we see the ball on a daily, oh we define where we go, we stick back. Shy your day all night, we no get the problem, we just one. Even if I dey shy, let it go see the fool, my side. My tail don't dey scatter my eye. Fine girls don't they enter my eye. Mini skirt don't they enter my eye. Big bunda don't they enter my eye. Now one pop where I die, it dey do me like I dey butter. I will soon be now. You know see me, I no go be quiet.
Me a kutanda, na kupenda. Me a like the bunda, biggie soft the bunda. Me a kutanda, na kupenda. Me a like the bunda, biggie soft the bunda. Me a kutanda, na kupenda. Me a like the bunda, biggie soft the bunda. Me a kutanda, na kupenda. Me a like the bunda, biggie soft the bunda.
She be me wanna singing it I'm a pillow to swallow big lala. She know they give me wahala. She know me steady, they chop my banana. Me wanna singing it I'm a pillow to swallow big lala. She know they give me wahala. She know me steady, they chop my banana.
What is this? What is what? The size of your backside. Oh my God, I know it was right. She make you back up to my side. What is this? What is what? I want to die here. You want to stick it? This is my diet. This is your diet. We don't know you saw it.
What do you want? Tell me now. I see go. Are you waiting now? Vanna, come and shine. I know. I went now. Ufunuti. It's a gamma. It's a winning. Come on, go 9-9. I can't stop. We young papa no young keeper. We young papa no young keeper. TX, you know my corner. BTBT, you know my zona. Udan champo, you know I'm corner. And the my sugi, say keeper. Look lang ay como la mahayina. Ay papa, no mo ang pika. No woman and yung tata man.
I come here for right now. You know see me, I miss your people. My shorty no be put out, but she fuck me when she know they calm down. You make me want to dey cry anytime she ride on my cucumber. Take it slow, amigo. Let me slow, amigo. Yeah. I know they scatter my eye. My head on the enter my eye. Enter my eye. People that don't enter my eye. I want coffee, I drag. It dey do me like say I dey for trance. I will so be like. You see me, I no go feel mine. Me a kutanda, na kupenda. Me a like the bunda, biggie soft the bunda. Me a kutanda, na kupenda. Me a like the bunda, biggie soft the bunda.
She give me when you wanna singing it I'm a pillow to swallow big lala. She know they give me wahala. She know me steady, they chop my banana. When you wanna singing it I'm a pillow to swallow big lala. She know they give me wahala. She know me steady, they chop my banana.
What is this? What is what? The size of the backside. Oh my God, I know it was right. She make you back up to my side. What is this? What is what? I want to die here. You want to shake it? This is my diet. This is your diet. When I know you saw it. That means that's it.
Enfin le soleil revient. Maman dit que lorsqu'on revient, on finit toujours par trouver. Elle dit qu'il n'est jamais très loin, qu'il part très souvent travailler. Maman dit travailler c'est bien, la nuit comme mal accompagné. Dis-moi le papa, sans même devoir lui parler, c'est ce qu'il ne va pas. Massacre papa, dis-moi où tu cachais, ça doit faire moi mille fois que j'ai continué. Où t'es papa, 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 où t'es il y aura bien un jour où on n'y croira plus. Un jour ou l'autre on sera tous papa, et un jour à l'autre on aura l'islam. Serons-nous détestables, serons-nous admirables, des géniteurs ou des génies? Dites-nous qui donne les sans irresponsables. Ah, dites-nous qui? Tiens, tout le monde sait comment on fait des bébés, mais personne sait comment on fait des papas. Monsieur, je sais quoi, on aurait hérité. C'est ça, pour le succès de son pouce ou quoi? Dites-nous où c'est caché, ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois qu'on a pour faire le droit. Maswali mengi kwa waita, hauna hela ni hiyo shingapi, hii shingapi, hauna hela ni maswali mengi kwa waita, hauna hela ni ile shingapi, hii shingapi, hauna hela ni nimeachwa staki tena maswali, naenda bichi kuna upepo wa bahari, na umwagilia moyo mziki kwa mbali. Jimbo liko wazi, sema nitakubali. Unamtaka, unampenda, unamtaka, unampenda, unamtaka, unampenda, unamtaka, unampenda. Hela yako inaingia ngombe, baba mwenye nyumba ukileta vyombo na vya mangombe, na kama ya ndogi mapenzi usikone, akiringa kwenye chukua mwingine, so mwenye
It's the kids, baby.
Leo acha tuliwaweke wazi, mbaki na mishangao kuswa ya mapenzi, nataka kuya.
All right, a big hand. A big hand, makofi to everybody. Clap for yourselves. Wasn't that wonderful? Thank you very much, Kotetians. In the true spirit of a Kotet, I think we've all worked up a wonderful appetite. Ooh, am I seeing people sweating? I think that's wonderful. Don't forget, there's tea, the vendors. Thank you so much, Bwana DJ hapo Leo Saha na watu wako, asante sana, twashukuru. And for those of you who haven't registered, please register. We're going to be moving into the banquet hall where we're going to have lunch, and then we're going to proceed to the main agenda for the day, which is the AGM. And we have a surprise guest for you, and she's coming with a lot of advice and, of course, to help us celebrate and help. So if you haven't registered, please register, and then we'll head over to the dining area and we can start the AGM. But thank you very much, Kotetians. We'll be able to come back to the fair and enjoy some of the vendors' goods. And for those of you who have started sweating, so you know where the perfume is. Aya, watu waelekee pale basi. Thank you. So I would like to begin by sending a shout out. I remember everybody had a talent in quartet, and we never duplicated roles. If you were the lead singer, that was it. You were not dancing. If you were dancing, you were not the drummer. If you were the drummer, you were not in the play. So everybody got an opportunity to show up. And everyone had an opportunity to put their best foot forward. I got surprised today when I saw my former classmates, when I met some of the ladies who were younger than me, some of those who were there before me, and just looking at all of you, the spirit of my school is in each and every one of you. The national anthem for Kotet. The one we sang out there? Okay, are the Gen Z guys still here? Ah, there you are. Captain, how you doing? Are you ready? Because we're going to be standing up to sing that in a while. But those who composed it, the composer of that anthem is here. So there were 4 Kotetians who composed the anthem that we sang. One was Yvonne Jogu, Beatrice Odera, Yvonne Migwe. I remember Yvonne Migwe. She was just one of those exciting people, you know, you just don't forget. But the main composer, right now, back then, she was on another level, but now she is the deputy ambassador to Zambia. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Her Excellency, Grace Omolo. Don't you just love Kotetians? And then some of us are famous, some of us are rich, some of us are powerful. So I would like to say a very big thank you to you, Grace. She's going to be possibly leading us as we stand up once more to sing the anthem. This time I'm assuming we're going to get it right. We're going to choose one version. I think our version, you know, you Gen Zs, I don't think you did justice to that version. But we're going to show you how it's done, okay? And I have a surprise. How many of you have ever met a senator? Met. You have? Oh, no. You know, you don't get to steal my thunder. No, you can't say that. You have to tell me the name of the senator you've met. Catherine Muma. Anybody else ever met a senator? So if you had one question for the senator, what would it be? Anybody? Any senator, you want to ask anybody who sits in the Senate, what would you ask them? Okay, so what, just come and ask so that I'm not eaten alive. You know, I want this to sound original.
What do senators do?
Okay. What do senators do? Okay, so I'll tell you a little bit about the senator who's going to be standing on this stage this afternoon. Being a senator is a title, but before you become a senator, there's something that precedes that. You must have earned it. You must have walked the talk. So what does she do? She's a mother of 5. Let's start there. Can we clap for her? She's a mother. And all the mothers in here know that being a mother is a full-time job, no leave, you don't get paid, and you don't decide, you know what, like the Gen Zs would say, I can't do this anymore, it's going to affect my mental health. And then you walk out. You can't do that as a mom. You're in it for life. So she's a mother of 5. And I want her to come and tell you about what she finds most amazing, not only about life, but what keeps her going. Being in the Senate must be really exciting. Can you imagine meeting all those powerful people? Being able to make a call and things are done. Being able to make decisions and people listen to you. So she's going to come and tell you exactly what she does. But what excited me most about her is that when she was young, her father asked her what she wanted to be. What do you want to do, my daughter? And she said she wants to be a cook. She didn't say chef, she said a cook. And her father, obviously at that time, probably almost had a heart attack and thought to himself, why? You know, back in the day, you couldn't be a DJ. Big shout out to you, DJs. Because parents didn't understand DJs. They didn't understand some of the things that we do today. But the senator then decided she likes to farm. You know, when you grow good things, you learn how to cook. She's got the sweetest sweet potatoes. I'm from Okambani. We have the best honey, but she's giving me competition on that. And she was going to come and tell you a little bit about what she does in her spare time. Anybody here from Samburu House? Okay. Okay, so we have, the senator was in Samburu House. I was in Amboseli, but because I have a memory problem, hi guys, I decided to wear all the colors just so that you could find me. I know, I need some omega-3. And she was top in Swahili. Kwa hiyo machache nataka kusema kwa Swahili sanifu. Ningetaka sana tumpokee Senator Catherine Muyeka Muma. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand. Samburu House. DJ tafadhali katui tui tui. Karibu. Haya tufanye ile ya Moi. Okay, we start. 1, 2, 3. Senator, welcome. And the reason I didn't say too much about you is because I want you to tell them your story. You know, coming from her mouth is going to make all the difference. Coming from me, no. And for those of you who have never met a senator, here you have a living senator from Kotet, a former Kotetian, and she has changed the world and the environment around her, and you need to find out how she did it. Now, she's going to answer your question, what do senators do? Karibu, Senator.
Loreto, hi. Hi. I come from a party where we say Tibim. I've just been reminded we have Joanne Odera here. Joanne Odera was the teacher for my all my 4 girls, the principal Kianda, and she taught them how to be ladies. So I won't say Tibim. I'll try and look. I'll try and behave myself. Karibuni sana, and thank you so much for inviting me, the executive team, for inviting me to speak to us. And what I'm going to say is basically what any of you would say, I believe, about Loreto. But I'll begin with answering your question. What do senators do? Clearly, it's a challenge, says. I don't think anybody sees what we do or knows what we do. So I'll tell the senators when I go next week that we need to up our game. Now, the Senate in Kenya was formed under the 2010 Constitution to protect devolution. Before 2010, we had a centralized governance system. During the 2010, during the review of the Constitution, we reviewed our Constitution to create 47 county governments that are distinct, meaning that they can operate on their own, but they are interconnected with the national government. So the Senate was then formed just before independence. We had a Senate, but it was abolished. And then we only had the National Assembly, but in the 2010, we brought back the Senate with the primary role of defending and protecting devolution. So the work we do is we represent counties. We oversee implementation by counties of resources shared to them. We do that through committees. We do that through petition. Any of you can petition National Assembly or Senate to say you don't think a particular thing is going properly, and any of the committees would look at it. And we legislate. We make laws. All laws that affect counties must pass through the Senate. So I believe those of you who do history understand this. So that's what we do. I am there. I serve on the speakers panel. If you watch the Senate once in a while, you'll see me maybe on Tuesday. I'm the last person who's taking the duty to preside over the House. I'm also a vice chair of the Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations Committee. I'm a member of the Agriculture Committee and a member of the Education Committee. So I serve on all those. Now to my address, ladies and gentlemen. To begin with the chairperson and the executive council of Loreto Limuru Kotet Alumni Association and the fellow alumni, good afternoon. My speech is some kind of book. Now, I chose to speak about, no, I'm okay. Sisters, good afternoon. It's always wonderful, a wonderful feeling to be around quotations, and today is no exception. I'm struck by powerful memories of how most of us began. Do you remember how you began in Loreto? What I remember, we were village girls and town girls from every corner of Kenya. We arrived from Turkana, Marsabit, Wajir, Taita Taveta, Busia, Migori, and we arrived in the biting Limuru cold with very little understanding of what lay ahead of us. We did not know the school. I think we knew it as Loreto Convent, for those of us who began. We did not know one another. Many of us had absolutely no clue of what to expect. Then we were issued with 6 blankets each. And we began to understand that the Limuru cold was not a rumor. But even in that unfamiliar cold, something remarkable happened. We found warmth, not merely under the 6 blankets, but in one another. We arrived as strangers, but we became sisters. We came from different homes, communities, cultures, and circumstances. Yet within a remarkably short time, those differences became less important. We became quotations. No one cared about your tribe or your size of the village or the town you came from. The important question was, which house were you in? Suddenly, Samburu, Savo, Amboseli, Abadea were not merely house names, they became identities. They became families. I can assure you of that. My sister there, I would not speak to her during the competition times in case she knew what Samburu was up to. They became places where we learned to compete, to contribute, and to belong. I had the privilege of serving as junior captain of Samburu House. Looking back today, I realized that Loreto was teaching us leadership long before many of us understood what leadership meant. Leadership was not taught simply as a subject, it was lived. It was entrusted to us. And sometimes we became leaders by default because something had to be done and there was no time to wait for someone else to do it. That experience planted lessons that have followed me through my life. It taught me that leadership begins when we take responsibility. It taught me that courage is often simply the willingness to step forward. Above all, it taught me that leadership is not about shining alone. It is about helping the entire team to shine. That is why today I would like to speak about the courage to be a sister's keeper. I call it the Kotet promise. We only had each other. The truth is that in those early days, we only had each other. When someone struggled, another girl stepped in. When someone cried, somebody noticed. When one of us was unwell, homesick, or afraid, she did not have to suffer alone. When someone succeeded, we all celebrated. When someone experienced sorrow, we surrounded her. We found each other. We held one another. We learned we were gifts from God to each other. That was the beginning of our sisterhood. In a world that is highly competitive and sometimes unforgiving, this remains one of the greatest gifts Loreto gave us, the knowledge that we do not have to walk alone. But a bond like this cannot be taken for granted. It must be deliberately cultivated. It must be protected. It must be strengthened. It must be practiced. And that is the courage required of every sister's keeper. There was the mother-daughter system. Perhaps nothing captures the spirit of Loreto more beautifully than our mother-daughter system. When a young girl arrived without understanding the school, an older girl took her hand. She showed her where to go. She explained the traditions. She told her what to do and sometimes what not to do. She encouraged her. She corrected her. She protected her. She helped her navigate this new world. Then, before that younger girl knew it, she grew older and was entrusted with a daughter of their own. The girl who had been guided became a guide. The girl who had been protected became a protector. The girl who had been encouraged became an encourager. Without realizing it, Loreto was teaching us mentorship, not as a project, not as a formal program, not as something we did once a year. It was a way of life. Sometimes I wonder if I went to a school that bullied like other schools did, I think I would have been expelled in the very first term. Chances are, my nature is that I would fight back, and I believe I would have been expelled. So God gave me Loreto as the best place for me. Sometimes that bond became so powerful that it seemed to rival even bonds we had with our biological siblings. Loreto taught us that family is not only defined by blood, family is also made up of the people who walk beside us, carry us when we are weak, and celebrate us when we rise. Today, when our Alumni Association speaks about mentorship, student support, and becoming big sisters to the girls currently in Loreto, we are not being asked to invent anything new. We are being invited to continue what Loreto taught us. Every alumna has the capacity to become somebody's mother, mentor, or big sister. Every student should know that somewhere in the world, there is a Kotet sister praying for her, encouraging her, mentoring her, and helping her to see possibilities beyond her current circumstances. That is the mother-daughter system extended across generations. That is the Kotet promise. And then there was excellence, which was our collective joy. There was something else that defined us. We loved to excel. Our collective shining was deeply satisfying. Simply put, it was fun being the best. We danced well. We acted well. We sang beautifully. We wrote our own plays. We choreographed our own dances. We rehearsed our songs and hymns. We had the best DJs and practiced for our stage shows. Gen Zs, even, we had some stage shows. We organized ourselves into competing teams and chose our own leaders. There were only two streams, A and B. And we learned to compete while still belonging to the school and one family. We were creative. We were innovative. We demanded quality from ourselves. We did not have the luxury of spending months planning every activity. There was often no time to plan. There was simply work to be done. So we thought quickly, we organized ourselves, we solved problems, we made things happen. We even organized our own social evenings. I remember how we raised the money ourselves. We would rent the tuck shop. and then sell. The Form 4s would sell for 1 month. Having done your own budget, sister would say you can have the tuck shop, but you'll have it between this date and the other date. And when you're done, hand it over to Form 6s. And we had good budgets. We raised the funds. We did well. There was no corruption. We didn't lose even a shilling. And it was a joy doing this. And the Kotet social evenings were the best. Ask them Alliance boys, Lenana, and whoever else. They will tell you they were the best. So we did not divert the budgets. It was pure service. It was collective responsibility. It was the joy of doing something well because it benefited everybody. And there was the borrowing of clothes. Those of us who came from the rural areas did not have those fancy clothes. So those who came from Nairobi and had the fashion eye came with suitcases, and we were all lent the dresses, and we just looked great during the social evenings. We were trusted. The sisters trusted us to behave. Of course, sometimes we tested the limits of that trust. We pulled off pranks as a united front. God forgive me, Sister Canis. One day, they used to make us cram the whole chapter of the Bible, and she would come to class and start anywhere. You start verse 1, verse 2, and if you have not crammed the whole chapter, you are in trouble. So she reached me, and I had not done anything. So I said, Sister, I've lost my voice. And it worked. Do we have students here? I hope we don't have any students still in school here. We depended on one another as a team. When I did that, my class did not snitch on me. Sister Kani said, poor pet, poor sister to Kentis, you will be well, you will be well. Even our mischief required organization, loyalty, and absolute teamwork. But the sisters knew us. I remember they knew us by name. Their doors were open. They listened to us. Actually, they knew everybody's name. I don't know how. They corrected us. They expected the best of us. They roared like fierce mothers when we stepped out of line, but they also loved us, guided us, and believed in us. They trusted us to lead. They trusted us to use our abilities. They trusted us to become women who would make a difference in the world. And because they trusted us, we learned to trust ourselves, and here we are today. Loreto prepared us for life. Life has since taken me through many different seasons. I became a mother of 5. My first son has a severe disability. And I have 1 son and 4 daughters. And my son has a severe disability. I had preeclampsia during pregnancy, and it was bad. I came out well. I survived the situation, but he came out brain injured. He is still there. He is 32. And he's the best gift that God has given to me. So, and after that, I have 5 girls who, if it had not been for Joanne or Dara, maybe I would have pulled my hair out, but I love them all. They have done well. The last born has a year to go studying computer science. Now, motherhood has taught me sacrifice, resilience, that love is not simply what we say. Love is what we repeatedly do for another person, even when it is inconvenient. Motherhood has confirmed for me that leadership is love expressed through service. I later then had, I didn't have 5 kids and then I started working. No, I did them simultaneously. I'm a superstar. I have served in all sectors of society, nearly all. I first began with serving in government. I was a state council for 9 years. Then I served as a secretary to the Standing Committee on human rights, where the father for Sess, I think Sess, how old were you? Sess's father, Professor Mtungi, was my boss. So there was no room for not performing. He was a serious, no-nonsense guy. Then served on the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, one of the first commissioners, once it was established in 2003 after Kibaki came in. And then I also served on the Kriegler Commission that reviewed the electoral laws after the post-election violence in 2007. I also served on the Commission for the Implementation of the Constitution after we passed the Constitution in 2010. It was called the Nyachae Commission. I have served in the civil society. If you know a civil society called Kelin, I am the initiator. I'm the one who started Kelin. I then have always served, by the way, I'm a human rights lawyer, and human rights law is not the kind that will make you rich. It is the one that takes you to the streets to hold placards. So it's not a surprise that I then have served in ODM with Raila Odinga. We have, I can tell you, the smell of tear gas from a few miles away. And in 2022, I was the chairperson of the ODM Electoral Board. And after we did our elections, I was nominated as a senator. That's how come I am where I am now. There is a lot that I have learned, that building institutions is often harder than building individuals. Institutions preserve values. Institutions create systems. Institutions protect people beyond the tenure of lifetime and of one leader. Institutions shape generations. Today, as I serve in the Senate, I continue to learn that lasting transformation never comes through one extraordinary individual working alone. It happens when ordinary people unite behind an extraordinary purpose. It happens when people recognize that they have a duty beyond themselves. It happens when citizens choose service over self-interest and institutions over personalities. I'd just like to ask, is there anybody here who is not a registered voter? Mukokadi? Now, it is absolutely important, whether you are in a convent, whether you are a farmer, politicians make decisions that affect you where you are. So you must never say politics is for those ones. And the way you participate is by turning up and electing the person you think will best represent you. So when you don't vote, you actually betray the collective. Celebrating and supporting one another. The mention of Loreto still creates excitement because the friendship never truly ended. Today, when we look around the alumni community, we see trailblazers in every sector of our economy and across the world. We see women in public service. There is Balozi there. We see women in law, in education, medicine, business, agriculture, technology, the arts, the church, civil society, and community leadership. We should celebrate the collective achievement. We should celebrate that but success is not only about what we accomplish professionally, it is about what happens to our unit. It's about whether we continue to find one another. It's about whether we celebrate our sister when she succeeds instead of competing with her. It is about whether we rise immediately to hold a sister who is facing sorrow. It's about whether we notice when someone has withdrawn from the group. It's about when we ask, how are you? And stay long enough to hear the honest answer. We must celebrate one another's promotions, businesses, marriages, children, graduations, milestone, and I dare add even the others, even divorces. Yes, there are moments when you need to celebrate a divorce because the toxic marriages can also kill. So you must be there as a sister to be able to stand up with the sister who makes a choice to save her life out of such a marriage, instead of stigmatizing them or guilt-stripping them for what they have done. We must also be present through bereavement, illness, unemployment, family difficulty, and disappointments. Our sisterhood must be strong enough for both the photograph and the difficult phone call. That is what it means to be a sister's keeper. Let me ask, how many of you are already members of a WhatsApp group that is of the alumni? How many? Is there anyone who is not a member of any? Your class alumni WhatsApps, is there a class that has not formed a forum? Which class is that? 2010. Please do something. That space is one of the most exciting spaces. Ukweli ama urongo. In fact, I think my alumni forums, I have the Kotet ones and I have the University of Nairobi one. And they are the best. When you have had enough, you just go there and just one joke gets you moving. How many are active in these groups? Not the ones who are the silent listeners to every conversation. It's only God who's supposed to be the silent listener to every conversation. If you are not yet in your class group, find it and join it before you leave today. If the group has become inactive, revive it. If you know a classmate who is missing, look for her. Reconnect with your classmates. Reconnect with your housemates. Because sisterhood is not an event we attend once a year. It is a daily practice. Let us reunite. Let us organize retreats. Let us plan holidays and cruises. How many have retired? My age group are now retiring, except for the ones who became professors. They have a few months, years to go. Let us discuss our health and our finances. Organic farming. I plant the chia, I plant sweet potatoes, I plant, and just watching those things grow. I even have a coffee nursery. Kakamega. Don't joke with me. Let us continue doing life as a unit. Let us grow older just as we grew together. Then there is caring for parents who raised us. In our class of 83, 85, we decided to start visiting our parents, those who still have parents who are alive. And that's actually the most exciting activity we do. When we first came together, we started celebrating everybody's birthday. So Teresa Mbite, who didn't come today, would turn up at your door with a cake. And then we take pictures and it is sent to everyone. Even the ones in the US, we found ways of delivering cakes to where they were. And then we decided, how about visiting our parents? So we've gone to Makueni, we have gone to Nyahururu, we have gone to Kakamega. They came to my place and it was an event that the villagers are still talking about. We combined it with Kentis's class, so it was a lot of fun. But our parents are not just the ones who gave birth to us. Loreto Limuru is our parent. Just in case you forget, I think you spend more time in school than you did at home. Whether you are a day scholar or not, you spend more time in school than...
No, the lyrics are similar to the national school anthem. And then Beatrice Odera, whose sister is here, John Odera, she wrote the lyrics. And then we had Yvonne Jogu was a pianist, and we had Edith Idenya was a guitarist. So Yvonne and I struggling to get the tune, and then Yvonne Jogu putting them in the music notes, and then Edith Idenya saying that note doesn't quite rhyme. Let's try. Why don't we make it like this? So it was teamwork. It was teamwork. And I think there may have been a couple of other people who helped. I can't remember now, but those were the main people. So can we just give them a shout out?
Are you the one helping with the soprano? Okay, let's go. God bless Loreto Limuru. Make her a strong man to stand. In the cross we place our trust. Let it be what it's been. Crucidum, Spiro Fido. Arise, let's all rejoice. Faster. Loreto spirit is alive. Together we will celebrate as we song our strength as Loreto. Our trust we place in guide our school, united in love and peace. God bless Loreto Limuru. Make her a strong, faster, stand. In the cross we place our trust. Let it be what it's been. Crucidum, Spiro Fido. We'll remain standing for the opening prayer. Okay, let us pray. Our Father in heaven, we are grateful for this afternoon that you've given us to come together as sisters from different generations. We want to thank you, dear Lord, for the gift of life that you have given us over the years that has made it possible for us to be here this day. We have an AGM ahead of us. We have several items that we wish to discuss that will help us in giving back to a school that has made so many of us to be where we are this day. We invite your presence to be with us as we begin the meeting today. We seek your wisdom, even as we discuss, even as we seek to approve various documents. Lord, we pray that you will guide us. Thank you for everyone who has made it this day. We pray for a successful meeting, and when we are done with it, all glory and honor shall be unto your name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
All right, ladies, I think it's time for us to begin. For those of you who need to readjust, and also remember there's some empty seats, you can move forward if you need to. And I give you Kentis. I would have started the whole long introduction, but we are short of time. Kentis, you may stand and you may address, and of course, for those of you who don't know, you may introduce yourself. Thank you very much. And ladies, the AGM for Loreto Limuru has officially begun.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to see all of you and those of you who are online. If you could, please urge your friends, send them the link. Remember, for an AGM, we must have a quorum. And the quorum is counted from the people who are paid-up members, and the only ones that will be able to vote. So while we agreed that everyone can attend the AGM, it's being live-streamed because it's our business as Loreto Limuru. Voting can only be done by those who have paid up. Apologies for starting a little late. It was necessary. We counted the numbers. And so we are trying to ensure that we get to start when the quorum has been reached. And I want to, first of all, ask whether we have any proxies. Anybody who has been sent to vote for another? Any proxies? Please make sure you register your proxy with the secretary. My name is Kentis Tikolo, and I am the current chair of the Alumni Association. The first official chair. I've been chair for so long, but I was not official when we were trying to register. And I probably, at this point, it just makes sense to introduce the council members whom you elected last year. And so I will ask them to just introduce themselves very quickly. You've been seeing loads of activity from the council. Now put faces to those council members, okay? So I will start with my left. This is the person in charge of the meeting today, and this is our secretary. Yeah.
Hi, ladies. Looking wonderful, though I only see one yellow, Abadea. And I am also Abaderian without yellow. But anyway, ladies, my name is Maureen Maitai. I am your current secretary, though not yet officially voted in. I am still acting in my interim capacity. Yes. So like Kentis have been secretary for so long, we tend to forget. Yes, so I'm from class of 2004. My class is 37P. That's 7 plain. By profession, I'm an advocate. Currently, is it 14 years in practice right now? Yes, and I run my own law firm, Maitai & Company Advocates, LLP. I am very, very happy to see you ladies. We were very excited when we had the first one, but to have the second AGM and to have it be this successful, thank you. Thank you, ladies. Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies. My name is Elizabeth Wawero, and I'm the current treasurer. Class of 2001. I don't think I'm seeing any classmates. The house is Amboseli. I can see plenty of red. Class number 13. Any sisters, cousins? Yeah, family. Yeah, and I'm very glad to have all of you here. Thank you for coming.
Good afternoon, ladies. So my name is Nyangate Mahulo. I'm a council member, class of 87, if you haven't had that before. Amboseli, of course. Yeah, and I'm in the alumni engagement and project infrastructure committees. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Beatrix Atieno, council member, the vice secretary, class of 1997, proudly Amboselian. We are the ones rocking the day today. Class number 13, plain. And happy to have all of you here. Thank you very much.
Any other council member? If there isn't, we'll continue as they come. Let us introduce. Anybody online, council member online? We have some in the diaspora. So if there's a council member online, please let us know so that we can introduce you. Amboseli, please carry up your hands. Everyone. Oneko tu. Amboseli is and was the house to be. I mean, we are speaking for ourselves, isn't it? But do we say? All right. Yeah. I want to take this opportunity to just thank everyone. Thank everyone for making it happen today. A lot of work has gone into it. And now we start the formal part of the meeting. And we'll try to move it as quickly as possible so that those who have come from far have time to be able to get there. So we'll do our very best to move quickly. And please feel free to ask questions. We'll have, at every presentation, we have, you can ask questions so that we move along together. Online, if you want to ask a question, please just carry your hand, and there's somebody who is watching out for you so that we don't leave you behind. And so the meeting starts with the secretary. Let us be formal. Let us start us off with the agenda items.
At home. So Loreto Limuru is our parent. How are we taking care of Loreto Limuru? How are we going to honor Loreto Limuru? How are we going to give back to Loreto Limuru? That responsibility now belongs to us. When I read the strategic plan of the Alumni Association, I realize something profound. It is not asking us to become something different. It is inviting us to become who Loreto taught us to be, a community that connects, mentors, gives, serves, builds, preserves its heritage, supports its members, leaves no sister behind. The strategic plan provides us with a roadmap for strengthening governance, growing our mentorship, improving communication, building partnerships, supporting our students, and securing Loreto's future. But documents alone do not transform institutions. People do. The strategic plan will only become meaningful when each one of us sees herself in it, not as an observer, not as an occasional guest, but as an active participant. How does giving back look like? Giving back must be both personal and practical. It means helping to deliver the physical infrastructure projects that the school needs. It means building and improving facilities that support learning, dignity, safety, creativity, sport, technology, and the full development of every student. As a human rights lawyer, dignity matters. Loreto Limuru right now has 2,000 learners with an infrastructure that is intended for about 1,000. It means the ablution blocks that they have cannot hold. The girls are showering with the water stagnating because there is too many of them. None of us would have liked to be in that situation. Maybe we can do something about that. Has the principal eaten the money? No. Many schools in the 100% transition are actually suffering in silence. They were told, mtachukua wanafunzi mpende msipende. Then they were told, we will give you capitation. I'm in the Senate. I've asked many questions about delayed capitation. Poor people's children in TVETs are dropping off. And then they were told they will not increase fees. Basically, they are being told, why don't you become Jesus and multiply the ablution blocks? Those are our younger sisters. We could do something about ablution blocks, can't we? Just to give them their dignity, isn't it? An endowment is not simply money collected today. It is an institution we build for tomorrow. It is our way of saying that girls may never meet, the girls we will never meet will still be able to benefit from our gratitude and foresight. Giving back means supporting the dignity kit so that girls' education or self-esteem is not undermined because she lacks the basic necessities. Dignity is not a luxury. It is the foundation from which a girl can learn, participate, and get the courage to continue dreaming. Giving back means supporting students who face financial and personal difficulties. It means scholarships and bursaries. It means mental health and well-being support. It means career guidance. It means professional mentorship. It means internships, workplace exposure, and employment networks. It means creating opportunities for students to discover careers they may not yet know exist. It means working alongside the school's teachers and leadership rather than leaving them to carry the responsibility alone. These are not isolated projects. They are expressions of our values, and they are acts of gratitude. They are how we thank those who invested in us. Joining the association is actually a promise that every Loreto girl needs to make and to fulfill. I would therefore like to challenge every alumna here today to join the association. And this should not merely mean paying an annual subscription. Membership is important, and our subscription gives the association the means to operate. But membership must also mean more than the financial transaction of paying the membership fees. It should mean saying that I choose to become someone's big sister. It should mean I will give my time. I will share my knowledge. I will open my networks. I will support a student. I will encourage a younger alumna. I will contribute to the Dignity Kit. I will help grow the endowment fund. I will support the school's infrastructure. I will stand with another alumna in celebration and in sorrow. Imagine if every alumna committed herself to mentoring just one younger Loreto girl. Imagine if every professional alumna created one internship slot or work shadowing opportunity. Imagine if every class adopted one meaningful school project. Imagine if every alumna contributed consistently according to her ability to the endowment fund. Imagine if each of us found and welcomed back one sister who has become disconnected from the association. Thousands of lives will be transformed. The association will grow stronger. The school would grow stronger. Our sisterhood would become visible, not only in our words, but through measurable impact. That is one spirit, one sisterhood, one quartet. In conclusion, I told you it was a book, eh? In conclusion, sisters, we are not great on our own. We are great because others invested in us. Our parents invested in us. The sisters invested in us. Our teachers and workers invested in us. Our classmates carried us. Loreto believed in us. The women who came before us built us. We are now called to build those who come after us. Let every girl who walks through the gates of Loreto Limuru know that she belongs to a family stretching across generations, professions, counties, and continents. A family that believes in her, a family that prays for her, a family that mentors her, a family that invests in her, a family that walks beside her, a family that celebrates her victories and holds her through sorrow, a family that never leaves her behind. I'm deeply optimistic about what this sisterhood can achieve. We have the experience, we have the expertise, we have the networks, the resources, we have the memories that bind us. Most importantly, we have one another. When thousands of Kotet women move with one spirit and one purpose, there is no limit to what we can accomplish. Let us, therefore, leave this AGM with more than warm memories. Let us leave with a renewed commitment. Let us connect. Let us serve. Let us mentor. Let us give. Let us build. Let us become our sister's keeper. For that is the true meaning of our theme. One spirit, one sisterhood, one Kotet. May God continue to bless our beloved Loreto Limuru. May He bless our parents, the Reverend Sisters, our teachers, and every member of staff that took care of us. May He bless the current students and every Loreto daughter around the world. And may He bless the work of the Loreto Limuru Kotet Alumni Association for generations to come. Thank you, and may God bless you abundantly.
Ladies, I think a bigger applause is necessary. A bigger applause. What an amazing quotation. One spirit, one sisterhood, one Kotet. And that is what Kotet looks like. That's what it sounds like. Everybody in this room is a winner. It doesn't matter what you're doing. It doesn't matter where you are right now. You need to be proud when you stand in front of people. You need to speak your truth. You need to call out things that need attention. And when asked to help, let your hand be the first one to go up. Let's leave nobody behind. Life is rough, life is tough, but we are Kotetians. All right, a big hand for all of us. Makofi tafadhali. Asante. So for those of you who have drank all the water on the table, it's time for all of you to go and enjoy a bathroom break. Water is healthy, so we're going to take a break. And when we come back, of course, we get down to business. We are going to be led in song by our ambassador, Grace Omolo, one of the original. I'm sorry, I just have to keep doing this. One of the original composers of our quartet anthem. And she's also going to lead us in prayer. And for those of you who don't pray, you got to pray just to make it today. The devil is everywhere. He's looking for weakness. He's looking for people who are not awake. Because they said, while they slept, the devil did what? He sowed tares. So we are going to pray so that our AGM runs smoothly and that each and every one of you understands the importance of not only being a Kotetian, but being here today. And how amazing it is that we are all alive. There are people who would want to be here, sitting with their old friends, especially looking at my table. Can I just say a very big shout out to, of course, after Ambassador Grace Omolo. Oh, Grace, I'm so proud of you. I feel like I feel like I'm at Parents' Day. My good friend, Christine. I think most of you know Christine. Christine, this is my actual class. Yeah, these are my actual classmates. Nyangate, who left her first name and now goes by second name, Nyangate. So this is our class of 87. And now Susie is the one who led us in the leading dance. Oh my God, we were the ones. Hello, Susie.
Hi, sisters. Glad to meet you. I'm now the Deputy General Secretary at the NCCK, the first woman ever. I'm so grateful.
Kotet is boundless. There is no border. You can go anywhere. Her dance took us to the presidents. They took us to Kabarak. We performed for the 4th All Africa Games. Because of this girl. Oh, we got into our little half loaf, and in our red skirts, we became champions. For those of you who ever debated, I think Shiro has left, but I was part of the debate club. And one of the most formidable debate clubs was that of Alliance High School. By the way, don't let those Alliance boys fool you. We were smart. We were formidable. And we showed them. Oh, yeah. Right now, if you tell any Busharian that they're going to debate class of 87, there will be no volunteers, I tell you. All right, let's take a break and come back, ladies. And when we come back, remember, we're going to be singing. Okay, so 10 minutes for your bathroom break. Stretch your legs. And once again, remember, in the spirit of quartet, if you don't know the words, the composer is here.
No, the lyrics are similar to the national school anthem. And then Beatrice Odera, whose sister is here, John Odera, she wrote the lyrics. And then we had Yvonne Jogu was a pianist, and we had Edith Idenya was a guitarist. So Yvonne and I struggling to get the tune, and then Yvonne Jogu putting them in the music notes, and then Edith Idenya saying that note doesn't quite rhyme. Let's try. Why don't we make it like this? So it was teamwork. It was teamwork. And I think there may have been a couple of other people who helped. I can't remember now, but those were the main people. So can we just give them a shout out? Are you the one helping with the soprano? Okay, let's go. God bless Loreto Limuru. Make her a strong man to stand. In the cross we place our trust. Let it be what it's been. Crucidum, Spiro Fido. Arise, let's all rejoice. Faster. Loreto spirit is alive. Together we will celebrate as we song our strength as Loreto. Our trust we place in guide our school, united in love and peace. God bless Loreto Limuru. Make her a strong, faster, stand. In the cross we place our trust. Let it be what it's been. Crucidum, Spiro Fido. We'll remain standing for the opening prayer. Okay, let us pray. Our Father in heaven, we are grateful for this afternoon that you've given us to come together as sisters from different generations. We want to thank you, dear Lord, for the gift of life that you have given us over the years that has made it possible for us to be here this day. We have an AGM ahead of us. We have several items that we wish to discuss that will help us in giving back to a school that has made so many of us to be where we are this day. We invite your presence to be with us as we begin the meeting today. We seek your wisdom, even as we discuss, even as we seek to approve various documents. Lord, we pray that you will guide us. Thank you for everyone who has made it this day. We pray for a successful meeting, and when we are done with it, all glory and honor shall be unto your name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
All right, ladies, I think it's time for us to begin. For those of you who need to readjust, and also remember there's some empty seats, you can move forward if you need to. And I give you Kentis. I would have started the whole long introduction, but we are short of time. Kentis, you may stand and you may address, and of course, for those of you who don't know, you may introduce yourself. Thank you very much. And ladies, the AGM for Loreto Limuru has officially begun.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to see all of you and those of you who are online. If you could, please urge your friends, send them the link. Remember, for an AGM, we must have a quorum. And the quorum is counted from the people who are paid up members, and the only ones that will be able to vote. So while we agreed that everyone can attend the AGM, it's being live streamed because it's our business as Loreto Limuru. Voting can only be done by those who have paid up. Apologies for starting a little late. It was necessary. We counted the numbers. And so we are trying to ensure that we get to start when the quorum has been reached. And I want to, first of all, ask whether we have any proxies. Anybody who has been sent to vote for another? Any proxies? Please make sure you register your proxy with the secretary. My name is Kentis Tikolo, and I am the current chair of the Alumni Association. The first official chair. I've been chair for so long, but I was not official when we were trying to register. And I probably, at this point, it just makes sense to introduce the council members whom you elected last year. And so I will ask them to just introduce themselves very quickly. You've been seeing loads of activity from the council. Now put faces to those council members, okay? So I will start with my left. This is a person in charge of the meeting today, and this is our secretary. Yeah.
Hi, ladies. Looking wonderful, though I only see one yellow, Abadea. And I am also Abaderian without yellow. But anyway, ladies, my name is Maureen Maitai. I am your current secretary, though not yet officially voted in. I am still acting in my interim capacity. Yes. So like Kentis have been secretary for so long, we tend to forget. Yes, so I'm from class of 2004. My class is 37P, 37 plain. By profession, I'm an advocate. Currently, is it 14 years in practice right now? Yes, and I run my own law firm, Maitai & Company Advocates, LLP. I am very, very happy to see you ladies. We were very excited when we had the first one, but to have the second AGM and to have it be this successful, thank you. Thank you, ladies. Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies. My name is Elizabeth Wawero, and I'm the current treasurer. Class of 2001. I don't think I'm seeing any classmates. The house is Amboseli. I can see plenty of red. House class number 13. Any sisters, cousins? Yeah, family. Yeah, and I'm very glad to have all of you here. Thank you for coming.
Good afternoon, ladies. So my name is Nyangate Mahulo. I'm a council member, class of 87, if you haven't had that before. Amboseli, of course. Yeah, and I'm in the alumni engagement and project infrastructure committees. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Beatrix Atieno, council member, the vice secretary, class of 1997, proudly Amboselian. We are the ones rocking the day today. Class number 13, plain. And happy to have all of you here. Thank you very much.
Any other council member around? If there isn't, we'll continue as they come. Let us introduce. Anybody online, council member online? We have some in the diaspora. So if there's a council member online, please let us know so that we can introduce you. Amboseli, please carry up your hands. Everyone. Oneko tu. Amboseli is and was the house to be. I mean, we are speaking for ourselves, isn't it? But do we say? All right. Yeah. I want to take this opportunity to just thank everyone. Thank everyone for making it happen today. A lot of work has gone into it. And now we start the formal part of the meeting. And we'll try to move it as quickly as possible so that those who have come from far have time to be able to get there. So we'll do our very best to move quickly. And please feel free to ask questions. We'll have, at every presentation, we have, you can ask questions so that we move along together. Online, if you want to ask a question, please just carry your hand, and there's somebody who is watching out for you so that we don't leave you behind. And so the meeting starts with the secretary. Let us be formal. Let us start us off with the agenda items.
Okay, ladies, I will quickly read through the agenda, which had been circulated. Okay, so we have 11 items on our agenda. The first agenda item, as you can see on the screen, is the prayer and the school song, which we have already done. The second item is what we're going through right now, which is adoption of the agenda. We have our third agenda item, which is the confirmation of the minutes from the previous AGM, which we held last year on the 19th of July 2026. Our fourth agenda item shall be to receive, consider, and adopt the chairperson's report. Our fifth agenda item shall be to receive, consider, and adopt the treasurer's report / the statement of accounts, as well as a report from the audit committee. Then we have the sixth agenda item, which is to receive, consider, and adopt the budget for the year for 2026 to 2027. Our seventh agenda item is to appoint an external auditor. Our eighth agenda item is to receive, consider, and adopt the draft amended constitution. Our ninth agenda item is to resolve to have elections for office bearers in Group B, and this is the vice chairperson, the secretary, the vice treasurer, and 2 council members, conducted at the next AGM meeting to be held in 2027. Then we have the 10th agenda item, which is to resolve to adopt the following policies, and we have quite a number of policies. Oh. So we have 13 policies which had already been circulated. We have the committee structure and operations policy, the code of conduct for alumni volunteers, a data protection policy, a communications and branding guidelines policy, a bereavement policy, partnership and MOU policy, financial policy, endowment policy, mentorship and safeguarding policy, student support, bursary policy, an audit policy, a risk and compliance management policy, and finally, a project infrastructure committee policy. So we have quite a bit there, 13 policies. Then our last agenda item is any other business. And after that, we can close the business. So ladies, I will ask for a proposer and seconder for the agenda. But please just state your name and the class year. Christine Karaoke, class of 1996. Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Caroline Mutanu, class of 2004. Thank you. And now, ladies, without further ado, I'll hand the meeting back to the chairperson so that we can proceed to the third agenda item.
Right. The third agenda item is confirmation of minutes from the previous annual general meeting. Now, you all received the board pack. I'm calling it a board pack. You all received the AGM pack, and that pack had the minutes. And so I'm going to ask the secretary to go through the minutes, and very, very quickly, please, if you have any any issues around it, feel free to carry your hand. Those online, just go ahead and type your issue or carry up your hand, and we will go and we'll do the necessary.
Okay, so ladies, we have the minutes. Scroll. Just scroll up and down. So I just tap like this. It will take you to sleep. Let's tap in the middle. Apologies, ladies. I'm the younger one, but Kentis is the one who's teaching me technology. It's good to stay up to date, right? Yes. So we had our meeting, our first AGM last year on the 19th of July 2025. We were still here at the Nairobi Club. We had it physically here, and we also had a virtual link for it. The agenda for that meeting was the prayer/school song was the first agenda item. Second was adoption of the agenda. Chairperson's remarks was the third agenda item. Presentation of audited accounts/the statement of accounts was the fourth agenda item. Agenda item number 5, consideration and approval of the 2025-2026 budget. Agenda item number 6, elections of office bearers and committee members. Number 7, appointment of auditors. Agenda item number 8, report by the Priority Support Committee. We had agenda item number 9, the handover by the Interim Executive Committee. And then we had, under any other business, we had one item that had been proposed, and that was, should we adopt a delegate system for our elections based on each class year? And this had been proposed by Bebeth Waitaka. So minute number 1, we began with the prayer and school song. And that the school song, the prayer was done by Catherine Courier, and the school song was also sung thereafter. Minute number 2, adoption of the agenda. The secretary read out and called for the adoption of the agenda, with the motion being seconded by Brenda Aluoch, class of 1980. No objections were received on this agenda item, and the agenda was adopted as is. Minute number 3, on the chairperson's remarks. The chairperson presented her report to the members, with the report being proposed by Abigail Simuyu and seconded by Professor Jane Mutiga. The report is attached to the minutes. Then agenda item number 4, we had the treasurer's report. The treasurer presented her report, which is also attached. The treasurer explained that there had been no auditor appointed to audit the accounts and proposed that this be done at a special general meeting once a call had been made for auditors. The report was proposed by Jane Francis Aoko, class of 1983, and seconded by Rita Minor, class of 2004. During the Q&A session, it was noted that there had been several attempts to have an auditor volunteer for this, but no responses had been received. So a plea was made for the auditors or accountants to step up when the need arises. Then we have minute number 5, consideration of the 2025-2026 budget. The treasurer explained that this would be left to the incoming executive committee and would further be based a lot on what members opt for in terms of priority support. The same could then be approved at a special general meeting. Minute number 6, report by the priority support committee. The vice treasurer introduced the members of the priority support committee, and the members are Nelly Ugunde, class of 1993, Francisca Nzanga, class of 2007, Christine Mwaneki, class of 1993, Lynn Minor, class of 2018. The Vice Secretary then proceeded to present the report from the Priority Support Committee, which is attached. The report was proposed by Kagweri Mbogori, class of 1984, and seconded by Lucy Mbugwa, class of 1979. After discussions on the report, members agreed that there was a need to create a committee to develop an implementation plan for the priority support needed. Minute number 7 was on the election of office bearers and committee members. The election panel members were introduced as follows. We had Mary Agnes Wanjiru, class of 1982, Veronica Kimiti, class of 2006, Beth Waitaka, class of 1987, Eileen Nafula Mukebi, class of 1990. We also had the appeals committee members who were introduced as Nelly Wangeshi Karaoke, class of 2001, Stella Mauncho, class of 1987, and Caroline Mutanu, class of 2004. Sorry, there's also Naomi Kuma, class of 2000. So the returning officer presented the nominees for the available positions, which is as follows. We had Beatrix Otieno, class of 1997, and the position was for Vice Secretary. We had Elizabeth Waweru, class of 2001, and the position was for Treasurer. We had Kentis Tikolo, class of 1983, for the Chairperson position. We had Margaret Denya Wanjero, class of 1989, the position being a member of the Council. Nyangate Makulo, class of 1987, Council member. Anita Wangoi Njenga, class of 2009, Council member. So the returning officer presented the nominees and their bios, with the nominees being given a chance to say a few words. Each of the nominees was running unopposed, and the returning officer officially declared each of the nominees as duly elected for the positions that they were running for. Then, in conclusion, with regard to any other business, we had 4 items that were raised. The first item being, should we adopt a delegate system for our elections based on each class year, which had been proposed by Beth Waitaka. Sorry, Beth. This issue was discussed, and it was agreed that given that this is a constitutional matter, the suggestion was noted, and when a team to look into the constitution is formed, this will be done. This will be done and considered at that stage. Then we had one of the members inform the membership that they would be honoring Wangare Maathai in September. That was in September of last year at the school, and that further they would be having a production about her life, which was being made by Too Early for Birds. So that was also discussed. Then we had one last issue. The outgoing treasurer, which is Eileen Vumilu, proposed that an audit subcommittee be formed. It was noted that this would need to be embedded in the constitution and would be noted and included in the matters considered by the committee, which would look into the constitution. We ended the meeting at 7 p.m. with a prayer. And that is the close of the minutes, ladies. Do we have a proposer for the minutes and a seconder? Or alternatively, any comments? Proposer?
Any comments first? Is it a true reflection? Is that a true reflection of the minutes for those who were here last year? It is. Any dissent? Anybody who feels there's something that was not captured appropriately? In which case now we look for a proposer and a seconder. Proposer? Yes? Please. Joanne Odera, class of 84. Joanne Odera. And seconding, Eunice Masharia, class of 87. Thank you. Thank you so much. So that concludes agenda item number 3. So we go to the next one.
Back to you, Mike.
All right.
Anyway, we learn every day. So number 3, the chairperson's report. Oh, that's the old one. Let me open it on my laptop as well. So number 4.
Right. Item number 4 is to receive, consider, and adopt the chairperson's report. I want to ask to veer a little bit away from the normal way a chairperson's report is presented. The reason being that this year has been absolutely phenomenal. And you've seen the amount of work that has gone on. I think it would be best described through the very people who are carrying out this work. And so the chairman's report is going to take the format of including members that participated in ensuring certain activities that we are reporting about actually take place. Right. I have titled today's presentation as Looking Back, because we are actually looking back to what has happened since the last AGM. Now, what we embarked on as a council, the council that you elected in 2025, was to create foundations. What we've been doing is creating foundations, and we began with one simple ambition: to build an institution, not merely organize activities. It's very easy to just go around saying, let's do this, let's do the other thing. But it's a completely different ball game when you plan what it is that you want to do and ensure that it is done appropriately. Please hold this for me a little bit. In building foundations, first, of course, you know, we got the formal establishment of the association, which was registered sometime, I think, in 2024. And then we had our first AGM in 2025, where we held elections. And then we elected a council. And that we have confirmed from the minutes that we have just listened to. Now, what we chose to do was to consolidate structures and engagement so that we build milestones, we build a foundation that outlives us. We need to put into place structures that will ensure we grow a huge institution that embraces all of us as alumni, as well as our younger sisters who are still in school. We are thinking something that completely outlives any of us, meaning that we needed to come up with a strategy. We agreed as a team that what we needed was to come up with a strategy. We are working in two modes. We are working on live streaming as well as the Zoom here, and I'm stuck. We are not moving. Hmm? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And share again. Okay. Yeah. Share. It's that one. No, this one. Let's try. Okay. Yeah, so we chose to develop a strategic plan. And for that strategic plan, we had a leader. And our leader is going to come and tell us what she did around the strategic plan. I think it's the best way to do it so that we recognize people for the effort that they have put into what is going on. So, Nyangate, I'm sure you've been seeing her over and over. So, Nyangi, just go ahead. I will move the slides so that you can then go ahead.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Kentis. So we started, we had a call out in the WhatsApp group asking for volunteers to help us develop the strategic plan. And first of all, we started by looking for somebody to lead that process, to facilitate it for us. And our usual policy is we start with quotations first, and then we look for people outside quotations. And when we did it, we got Lily Nyanja. She's a professor at St. Paul's University, a professor for strategic planning. very coincidentally, yeah, and she led the process. So we were about, I think 12 or 13 of us who congregated in Kentice's office for the first brainstorming session, where we came up with our mission, our vision, our values, and came up with what our goals would be as an association. And from that process, we also, from the goals, we created committees, because what we wanted to do is not to have volunteer fatigue. If one person or just 10 people are doing this, it ends up being very, mentally draining. So we created committees, and we are about 50 of us in those committees. So if you're not in a committee, ask yourself what you're doing. Yeah, but so in the committees, we've got Maureen Maitai, who is the chair for the governance and secretariat. We have Margaret Kiarie, who is the chair for communication and stakeholder partnerships. We have Maureen Obai, who is the chair for finance and fundraising. We also have Susan Nyaga, the chair of alumni engagement and welfare. We have Beth Waithaka, who is the chair for student support and mentorship. Lydia Nalianya, the chair of audit, risk and compliance. And then I'm the chair for the projects and infrastructure committee. So as we keep going, please see where you can fit, yeah, where your area, I'm sure you all have various skills and where your area of interest lies. And you're all welcome to join us. We are really looking for people to assist. Is that it, Candice? Was there something more?
Yeah, so those are the committee members. Sorry, I'm having a bit of a challenge. I'm just unable to move I've stopped the share and shared, and I'm stuck in the same place. Stuck. Hold on. Let's see if this will work. All right, so perhaps please just go ahead and tell us what we did, what we settled on with the strategic plan.
So our vision, the vision that we created for our association was a connected and empowered Kotet alumni community. So that's the vision, and our values are excellence, integrity, fortitude, inclusivity, and sisterhood. Is there more?
We are reading this out deliberately because we want to just absorb them. Let's not just go through the meeting, but let's think through what it is that we are trying to build for ourselves.
It's stuck again.
Do we have some IT people here? Yeah, something is happening. I suspect also.
Just keep presenter mode. The other one is usually easier.
Okay, got you. So what we will do, we'll go to Zoom. I'm on live stream rather than Zoom. You see, the Zoom is quiet.
Yeah, I've just seen it. I've seen quoted.
Just let's see. Okay. Can you? No, it's not. We are not on the meeting. Okay. The next chairs, please get ready. Yeah. So Nyangi, if you can finish off your bit.
Okay. All right. So what the goals that we had for the organization, first of all, was to strengthen governance. It was to support our alma mater, building sisterhood, financial sustainability, communication, and digital transformation. So those are the goals that we had, and we built committees around those goals. Yeah.
Yeah, and we ended up with six committees initially.
Yeah. And then we added the projects and infrastructure one last.
Okay.
Yes.
After the strategic plan had been adopted. Remember, we had a special general meeting to adopt the strategic plan. Remember that this document went through you severally, isn't it? So that people gave in their comments. But please remember, it's a live document. It's a 5-year plan, but it's a live document, meaning that if you have any other comments, give them to us so that we then just make sure that it is working for us. So that's the process, as Nyangi has talked about. And now I'd like the Governance and Secretariat Committee to tell us what happened and where they are at the moment.
Hello, ladies again. Msichoke na mimi. So I am the chairperson of the Governance and Secretariat Committee, and we had quite a few members who volunteered. Thank you, members. We had Kentis, who was also a member, Christine Karaoke, Rosemary Muhoro, Nelly Karaoke, Beth Waitaka, Lucy Karaoke, Margaret Wanjero, Lucy Mbugwa, Mwai Wanjiru, Naomi Kiuna, Patricia Kamere Mbote, Njoki Kashihi. So those are the members who volunteered for the committee. Thank you so much. This one. Okay. So what was our mandate as a committee? So we were responsible for ensuring that the association operates within a clear, transparent, efficient, and robust governance framework that upholds the association's values, the constitution, as well as legal obligations. So essentially, we were the, can I call it the boring aspect, the paperwork, the compliance, just to confirm that everything is aligned, the processes are legal. That was our job. That is what the Governance and Secretariat Committee does. And the goal that you were supporting in the strategic plan was the strengthening of the organizational capacity and governance. And this helps such that even when we leave the council members as we are, everything still flows seamlessly. Whoever comes in just steps into the shoes, into the processes that have already been laid down, into the documentation that is already there, and they just proceed seamlessly. Now, what is the key achievement that we had? So we had a look at the constitution that we had. This constitution was done before we even began registration. It is a constitution that was done a very long time ago, I don't know, 2019, 2020. So it's quite old, and by then we didn't really have members per se. And so after we registered the association formally, and after we have had time to deal with what we have, the experiences that we have had, and especially after we had the strategic plan that was prepared and the meetings that we had a better understanding of who we are and what we need as an association, what problems have we faced so far, and how do we mitigate these problems that we have had. And so what we did is that we then prepared a draft amended constitution, which was circulated widely. I hope you ladies had a chance to look at it. If not, you feel free to read it after this. Now, we had some challenges that we had. It was hard to find time to meet. Remember that these are all volunteers, and a lot of these volunteers were in 2 committees. A lot of us were also council members, so the only time you can meet is in the evening. So finding time to meet was quite a nightmare, but we managed. Thank you, committee members. Also, our task was highly dependent on feedback from the committees, and we had a bit of an issue getting that feedback. And I think the biggest issue that I faced was that very few of you members actually engaged when we sent the draft constitution. So ladies, I know we throw so much at you. I know, oh God, we throw so much documentation at you. But please take the time to look through it. We really appreciate it when you do. Now, I will take you very quickly through very briefly through what through the few amendments that we made, very briefly, very quickly, because it is quite a bit, and if I was to take you through the nitty-gritty, we'd be here for quite a while. So I'll try to be as brief as possible. So we sought to tackle the weaknesses we have encountered and to strengthen the systems in the Constitution, as well as clear up ambiguities and inconsistencies. There were quite a few. Now, what did we do? We introduced sections in relation to the secretariat. Currently, we do not have a secretariat that does the day-to-day running of the association. But it was mentioned, I think like just one line, there shall be a secretariat, and that was it. So we strengthened that aspect of the secretariat. We added the functions of the secretariat, and we were very specific on what the secretariat should do and what they cannot do without the council. Then we added sections on disciplinary action and suspensions. We did not have that at all. So we opted to have an independent disciplinary committee, a 3-person disciplinary committee that would be appointed by the council in the event any issues are reported by any of the members or whoever can report any issue with any of the committee members. And we have any issue you have with a committee member, a council member, any issue you have with a trustee, once we get to the point where we have trustees, any issues that you have with, we are calling it the ARCC, which we will get to, the audit and compliance committee. Sorry. Yes, ARCC, Audit, Risk and Compliance Committee. So if you have an issue with any of the committee members in any of the committees, then you can report that to the Executive Council, and then we will appoint a disciplinary committee. Then we have the elections panel. We already had an election panel that was established, but it was not in the Constitution. We thought it best that an election panel be a permanent body that is in the Constitution and cannot be touched, so that they will be independent of the Executive Council. Previously, they were only in the regulations, so they were not anchored in the Constitution, so we added that. This also applies to the appeals committee. We already had an appeals committee, but they had been formed by regulations and they were not anchored in the Constitution. So we also added that into the Constitution. And we added the Audit, Risk and Compliance Committee, which was an agenda item in the previous AGM. If you remember from the minutes, it had been proposed that we have an independent committee, completely independent from the council, and which is what we did. This committee is now anchored in the Constitution. And it is a watchdog. It is an independent watchdog, and it can track financial fraud, database security issues, legal compliance issues. So it is our watchdog, which is a necessity. Then we also introduced transitional provisions. How will we move from the old constitution to this new constitution once it comes into force? And one of the issues that we had was the transition in terms of the officials. We have 2 groups of officials, as we have sung about it constantly. We do elections on a rotational basis. We do not elect all the officials in 1 year. So we opted for transition, we opted to have 2 groups. We have a group A and a group B. Last year, we held elections for the first group. That includes our chairperson and a few of the other members. And this year, we were to have elections for group B. Previously, we had a 2-year term for the council members. We have now introduced a 3-year term for the council members, and we are hoping to hold elections still differently for Group A and Group B. So every year we'll have elections, and then we will have a rest year in between. So we needed to put a transition clause in the Constitution. What do we do right now? So that once this Constitution is passed, we move on smoothly. So those are some of the items that we added. Then we have been having a very huge problem in terms of quorum. Quorum for the SGMs. I'm sure you saw we called 2 SGMs. One, we did not get the quorum this year. The second one we did in March and we got the quorum, but only after we hung around for, is it an hour or 2 hours online, asking everybody, call somebody, ask them to join, ask them to join. So we've really been struggling with the issue of quorum, and we wanted to mitigate that aspect. So we added a clause in the Constitution that allows us to call for a second meeting within 30 days, and the number of members will be at that meeting will then form the quorum. So we do not have to get the full number. Because, for a special general meeting, you need a third of the members, and for an AGM, you need 2/3 of the members. So should we call a meeting and not get a quorum, then within 30 days, we call for another meeting, and at that meeting, whoever will be there will form the quorum. So we can continue to operate. We are not stuck because of the aspect of quorum. We've also been having quorum issues even in terms of the council when we need to meet. So we changed that because originally we needed to have 2/3 of a quorum for the council, and these are volunteer positions. Sometimes you cannot get everyone to attend when you need to. So we changed that to just make it be that so long as a majority is present, then you can proceed. And also a similar clause that if we do not get the quorum, we can still call another meeting, and whoever will be there will then be the quorum. So that was to address that issue that we've been having. And this issue of quorum applies to the executive committee, the council members, the trustees, as well as the audit, risk, and compliance committee. So that was one of the issues that we wanted to solve. Then we have the membership tiers. So previously we had the different memberships, yes, but they were mentioned very haphazardly, and it was not clear what limits do the membership tiers actually have. So we made it cleaner. We tightened it up. We made it very, very clean and very clear. What are the membership types that we have, and what rights do these members have, and what rights do these members not have? So we have ordinary membership, and that is what you pay a subscription fee for. So under ordinary membership, we have the annual membership, and that is what you pay an annual subscription for. We have the life membership, which you make the one-off payment for, currently at 25,000. So you make a one-off payment and you never pay again. Then we have student membership. They get a discounted rate for annual subscription. So that is the ordinary membership that we have. We have honorary membership, associate membership, patrons, and corporate membership. Now, associate members, honorary members, patrons, and corporate members are not eligible to vote or vie for elective posts. They also cannot be trustees or join constitutional committees. So we made that clear. Remember that associate members right now, we are talking about members of staff of the school, former members of staff, teachers, who can also apply to join the association. So we felt that this association is ours and we want to be independent, and they can join and contribute, but they also should not drive or influence how we run our operations. So that is why associate members do not get that right to vote or run for elective posts. Honorary members, on the other hand, are people who have given distinguished service to the association, and they do not necessarily have to have been quotations. So you also do not want them to come and, influence or run the association. But if they want to join us and they will contribute, then they are welcome to. So we made that clear. Patrons are alumni who have given distinguished service to the association. So for patrons, they actually can get the right to vote, but only if they were members before. If not, then they are limited to simply coming to contribute. So we made that quite clear. Now, honorary members and patrons do not pay subscription fees because they are here for their distinguished service in one way or another, or their contribution. So they do not pay for subscription fees. Okay, now, other simple changes. The executive committee, we are now officially the executive council because it brought a lot of confusion. You saw we had, 6 committees? So people keep asking, are these subcommittees? Who's the main committee? So we just changed it to, we are council members, and the rest are committees. I've spoken about the change of term from 2 years to 3 years for council members. The rotation schedule for elections, Group A and Group B, I've spoken about that. Then, one very important aspect, we previously in the Constitution had the school principal as an ex-official member of the council, though we've never really exercised it. After having the strategic meeting, we felt that, yes, she is an important aspect, but she's not really a part of us, she's an important stakeholder. So we felt it that she does not need to be part of the council, and so we removed her from the council, but she still remains a very important stakeholder in the strategy plan and in the communication plan. So that was changed. We've been struggling with the bank mandate, and especially because the society's registry can be quite a nightmare. So for this whole year, we actually from the last AGM, we only managed to get the treasurer as a signatory to the bank in mid-June, and this is because the registration process is quite cumbersome. So to mitigate this aspect, we changed the signatories to the account. Previously, the treasurer was the mandatory signatory, and the rest of us would approve. 2 others would then approve. So we've changed it to be, it's either the treasurer or the vice treasurer. And this is intentional because their elections are in different years. So for example, if we are struggling to register the newly elected treasurer, then we still have the vice treasurer who was elected last year and who can now become the mandatory signatory, so we are not stuck. We also added the chairperson of the trustee to be a signatory. But this is only in instances where we are completely stuck. We cannot transact, we are completely stuck, and even then the executive council would have to approve it. So that is how we wanted to mitigate those aspects. Now for the trustees, which is very important. So originally we had a very vague clause that we shall have not less than 4 trustees for a 3-year term. So we fixed a number, fixed at 5 trustees, and they shall operate for a 5-year term, and this can be renewed automatically unless there's an issue with the trustee. Then we also put very, very strict qualifications for trustees. Remember, these are the people who will be running the endowment fund. So they will have a lot of power in terms of finances, in terms our immovable property, any land that we get will be registered in the names of these trustees. So we wanted to have very strict qualifications for these trustees, and which is why we were saying they must have 5 years experience in law, finance or governance, and they have to pass background checks. And background checks includes the report from the CID, includes confirming, for example, if you're an advocate, you don't have any disciplinary issues with your association. If you're an accountant, similarly, you don't have any disciplinary issues with your professional association. So we needed to make it very strict because this is a very important aspect. They're dealing with our money, our property. It needs to be people we can absolutely trust. Yes. We introduced the bank mandate for those trustees, which was not there at all. Then we explicitly barred them from selling or charging property without a vote at this general meeting. So in as much as the property and everything is in their name, they are very limited in what they can do. They have to come back to the general meeting for approval. I hope I am getting to the end. Yes. Financial and endowment fund management. So we previously just had a very vague clause that there shall be an endowment fund. It's not clear what form it takes, how it operates. So we needed to tighten that, and we were very clear that this endowment fund shall be a registered trust. We also added the capital preservation rule, and this came from the finance committee. So the idea being that the principal capital, so for the endowment fund, you contribute towards the endowment fund, and that principal capital remains untouched, and what you use is the interest and the investment yields from that fund. So the idea being that we build something that's really big, but that is not touched, does not diminish. We also added operational and membership enhancement. We have a strict no refund policy for your dues. So ukilipa umelipa. Do not come to us for a refund. Yes. We added an arrears penalty clause. So it automatically strikes off members who are more than 3 months behind on dues. Ladies, I want you to keep track of your dues, please. We hope we will not need to be strict, but keep track of your dues. We realize you guys only pay your dues for the AGM. Yes, but yes, just so you know that we now have that clause. Then we also tightened the descriptions for the secretary, for the treasurer, for the chairperson. I think the previous draft just had a lot of general terms in terms of what are their functions, what do they do. So we tightened that, and we removed others that didn't make sense and were unnecessary. That's one of the things we did. Now, we have done the constitution. What is next for our committee? So we still have to have regulations that support that constitution. Remember, the constitution is the skeleton there, the bare minimum. Then you have the fluff. I like to call it the fluff. How everything operates, how will this be done, which now goes into the regulations, and that is what we need to finalize on. We also have certain regulations that are needed for the elections panel, for the appeals committee, for the disciplinary committee, and I didn't put that in here, but we will also probably need to also be working on the trust, and the trust deed and the policy. Yeah. And then we also have the job of educating you on the Constitution. So eventually we will be calling you for sessions just to let you know what are your rights under the Constitution, what should be happening. Yeah. Now, I want to thank all the members who are part of the committee. Thank you, ladies. I have special thanks to give to Kentis. She is a bundle of energy, and she never tires. Thank you, Kentis. She does not tire. So many times I felt discouraged, but Kentis is a bundle of energy. She does not tire. I am thankful for her zeal, her wisdom, and her boundless energy. Nyangate. Nyangate. Thank you. Nyangate is that person who does everything, and she gives it her all, and she goes above and beyond. And it's amazing what her plate had. And she would always just tell you, oh, you have so much on your plate. Get a bigger plate. That's always her answer. Get a bigger plate. Get a bigger plate. But Nyangate, thank you. And then I have some members who really, really took their time. They really attended meetings, and if they didn't attend, they always responded. We have Nelly Karaoke, thank you so much, Rose Muhoro, and Beth Waitaka. And for the few members who actually took time to review the documents that we sent, thank you. It was actually very helpful and very invaluable feedback. Less, but quality. Thank you. I believe that is it. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you so much. Perhaps the one thing that we must make clear is that the Constitution was amended after the committees had done their bit and come up with what they need to do. So the Constitution was aligned to the strategic plan and those committees. And that's why I'm saying keep looking at them, because they are live documents. If we need to make changes, then we make them as we go along. I don't know whether to ask, you'll ask questions later. So that is the Governance and Secretariat Committee. Now, the other committee was Communication and Partnerships, whose chair, unfortunately, is not around, but Christine has, graciously agreed to take us through what we were doing with this particular committee. Go ahead. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Kentis. I'll start by talking about who is in our committee. I don't know if we have a slide for that, Kentis. Okay, if we don't, then as Kentis has said, the chair for our committee is Margaret Wanjeru. She's not here today. And then in our committee, we also had Kentis Tikolo. We have Beatrix. Please stand. Beatrix and Lois, Dr. Lois Solom. And anyone else? And I think online we have Millie. I don't know if Millie is online. Yes, in the US. And if I've missed anybody, please let me know. Yeah. So those are the members of our committee, and I'll thank all of you. When we started off by laying out what we wanted to do. We wanted to make sure we had a policy in place. We wanted to make sure we understood, and we had some guidelines in terms of what we were going to do. And with that, we were going to have a comprehensive communication policy and a brand manual. Those were the documents that were going to guide us. And from that, we would then develop the strategic communication plan. And that aligns and guides the association's work for the coming year. I'll say it wasn't easy getting to all of that, but on our side, we have Kentis, who is a communications expert, so she was able to guide the group in helping us achieve our goals, yeah? So for this collaboration to come alive, we wanted first to understand who are our strategic partners. So what we did is we asked all the other committees to talk about who their partners, strategic partners are, who they will be working with. And then from that, we had a session where we then brought everybody together and mapped that and said, these are the these are the people or highest priority stakeholders we have. These are ones who are medium priority, or with a medium focus, and we really mapped all of them. And that helped us understand the whole picture of what we were looking at. And once we were able to do that, we were also able to identify who our potential partners is and are going to be. And this would help us as we start to look at our communication plan. The other thing that we did is we started to have a digital transformation by launching our new website. Has everyone gone there? Has everyone looked at the website? Who has? Okay, maybe that's where I start. Who has looked at the website? Eh? Hey. Okay. Okay, just one person. What that tells me is we have not done a good enough job of telling you that we have a new website and that you need to go there, and that is going to be a central piece of communication to the group. I know we have the WhatsApp groups, but websites also have their place, yeah? So to our group, let's make sure we communicate to the alumni that we have the website. And the other thing that we are going to be doing is launching a monthly newsletter. This is a really good tool to make sure that we are communicating to everybody, that we're telling our stories. One of the best ways to make sure Loreto is out there, that people know what Loreto Limuru has done and what we can do, is to get our stories out. Yeah, and each class, each year, get your story out, tell us what you've done. Let's also celebrate each other in those newsletters. So we'll be reaching out to different groups and saying, tell us, like when we have a theme, please, we ask you to give us your stories, to write, tell us what you'd like to communicate, and let us be able to share that. We're passionate about that newsletter because we also feel it's going to be a really comprehensive tool for us, yeah? So we will ask you, I know class of 87, 89, you are not getting away from that, so we will definitely be coming to you. But we want the same for every other group. There's so many wonderful stories out there. Let's have them. Then the other thing that we did, and that we had the opportunity to have, which was not a good thing, but it's one of the things that we prepare for, is having a crisis response. When we heard the school had been closed and students had been sent home, and there was a lot of hula baloo at that point, like what is happening, what's going on. Kentis is in the board of governors. Are they called board of governors? Board of management. And she was able to talk to the principal and to that group and find out what was happening. And that would helped us then have a really clear response that we were able to share with the group. I think one of the things we also want to keep in mind is sometimes during a crisis, information is hard to come by. So having a plan in place really prepares as well. And it takes off that initial struggle. It wasn't easy, but it got done. But before I end, there's one thing I want to say, because I have to acknowledge what the Alumni Engagement Committee has done, especially for this event. They really stepped up and did a huge part, even if not even a huge part, the communication part, yeah? They were able to, together with help, I know from Kentis and from others, really able to step in and share with you all this information. So thank you. I know Nyangate, you were struggling with that one. So thank you to you and also to your team. And again, if you've got anybody, yes, claps. Anybody who wants to join our committee, who wants to come in and support, we're always open to do that. All right, I'll take it back to Kentis.
Thank you, Christine. And of course, we are consolidating governance and digital systems coming forward. I'll talk about that when I'm concluding. We must firm up our brand and visibility. We want to scale up partnerships so that we can deliver more support for students and alumni. And above all, we remain committed to inclusivity, resilience, and the enduring spirit of Kotet. And I'll talk about that at the end. Now, the other committee is the one for student support and mentorship. And our chair there, please, Karibu.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm Beth Wakabi. I'm the chair of this committee. And I would want to start by thanking you for showing up for the Career Day. I don't know how many in the room attended the Career Day in May. Mame too. Like, we appreciate these people for showing up. If you're there, yay. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. So our committee has, I was looking at the WhatsApp group, I think we are the largest committee because we have a lot to do. We have 21 members, and I see many of them in the room. I would ask them to stand, please. We acknowledge them. Let's stand. That's Christine. We have Maureen. We have Nekesa, who is refusing to stand up. We have Beatrice. Yeah, I think those are the ones in the room. But we have many more. Like I said, we have 21, and we are still looking for more. Because going forward, we would really want to launch a strong mentorship support, even for the Kotetians who are in college. We think that's one way of keeping the sisterhood alive, eh? So we have lawyers like Maureen who can hold a hand of a lawyer who is in college and help build them up and bring them into the sisterhood. I think that will give them purpose of connecting with the Alumni Association. So we are calling all of you. We'll be making a call for mentors, and please join and hold someone's hand so that we build that spirit of sisterhood that Stella Nyangate talks a lot about. So basically, our key goal was nurturing that holistic well-being. So we focus on the students, the ones in school, but also the ones in college. And we actually managed to do mentorship for the ones in school. And we also did webinars for the class that just graduated. We did a series of webinars trying to guide them on career choices and things like that. And they were very appreciative. And those who went to Loreto in May can confirm how excited those young people were. They really wanted to hear more and more. And so when we make the call next year, please come. Let's go back there. Let's give back. Yeah. We have reviewed our documentation, the safeguarding policies. We've developed a policy. So these are some of the things that we have been able to achieve. We have developed a student financial policy and tools. And we are building a foundation for the scholarships. And I think this is where I want to really focus on today. I know we have the fundraising committee, but we as the student support, we are the student support and mentorship. Part of the support is financial support. And I was just thinking, this table here, my class, I think charity begins at home. Studio. So if I'm the chair of the mentorship and scholarship committee, I was imagine we've had so many decades. Even if we just start from 1970, we have 10 years of 70s, 10 years of 80s, 10 years of 90s, 10 years to 2010, 10 years to 2020. If each class adopted a student, and maybe even two, do you know, I was calculating, it would probably cost you 1,000 shillings per year. But imagine the difference it would make to that child's life. So I'm calling on all of us. Please commit to support each class. Let's get into our classes and commit to support a child, or 2 or 3. Nowadays, high school now is reduced to only 3 years. So we can actually manage to have a child in Form 1, Form 2, Form 3 as a class. It won't cost us so much. Maybe 3,000 per year. And imagine the impact that will have. We would want even to focus on those girls who are admitted to Kotet but don't actually get to the gates of Kotet. we will look for them. And when we look for them, you help us support them through Kotet. So that in this spirit of sisterhood, we are holding each other's hands. So that's the call. I would ask that let's adopt a girl and ensure that no deserving girl is denied a Kotet education because of financial need. So 2 asks, mentorship and financial support. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you so much, Beth. That's really, well, I don't know, I'm not sure I'm saying the right thing. It's really a strong pillar of our alumni association because those younger people are the pipeline. They're the ones that are going to take over from us. So when we hold their hands, we are teaching them what they need to do when they grow up, yeah? So let's see what we can do there. Now, the strategic plan, as I had mentioned, only initially talked about 6 committees. And so in this meeting, we will want you to endorse the 7th committee, which is the projects and infrastructure. We realized that that was needed, and you'll see how that comes to play. And I'd like to request Nyangi to tell us a little bit about this particular committee. As the chair, I'm putting it in brackets, is not at this meeting today.
Good afternoon again. So for this committee, we made a call out in the group for construction professionals because we were looking for architects, engineers, QSs, people with knowledge on construction. I'm also a construction professional. So I don't have the names here. Is anyone in the room today? I was talking to Penina earlier. Yes. Yeah, she's an engineer. She's also in the committee. We also have an architect who works in the Ministry of Works. They've changed their name, but it used to be called Ministry of Works, and in basic education. So some of the things you'll see here are from her docket. Yeah, you can move on, Kentis. So what we did is we went and did an inventory on the school infrastructure. So we went twice. The first time it was Kentis, myself, and a QS who's in the committee. And we did a walk around with one of the deputy heads. And ladies, that school is falling apart, sincerely, yeah? The toilets, the ones that shocked me were the ones for Form 4s. They only have 7 toilets for 400 students. Yes, and they smell to high heaven, yeah? Clearly there's a problem with the water system, the pumping system. We looked at, so that's for Form 4. And I don't know, they're not allowed to go to toilets during class. So you can imagine 400 people dashing to 7 toilets that have cisterns, that take time to fill. Anyway, I think you're all getting the picture. Yeah, and the septic tanks have not been increased with the new students. So even managing the foul water is an issue. We looked at security. That fence is porous. Yeah, so either people come in or people leave. Yeah, so there has been an incident, but we'll not go into that. We looked also at the way the school is planned, where you've got dormitories around the academic areas. Yeah, instead of having, you have a residential precinct and you put your resources around that. You've got an academic administration precinct, sports, the works. So what we came up with, because we listened, we assessed, and then we did again another call out. So I have to say, quotations, whenever we do a call out, people put up their hand. So when we did the call out is when Susan, the architect, put up her hand and said, I can do this. She brought a team from the ministry. We met with the principal. She took us around and told us her plans and her visions for the school. And they've started the work. So part of what we already have, is a bills of quantity for the fence and the gatehouse, and also for the toilets, because that one is urgent. Because what we said, there are many needs for this school, but the biggest one, I think, is dignity and security. Yeah, so sorting out those toilets, the existing ones, even before we do a new ablution block, in terms of putting flush valves, so it's not a cistern that's filling, for high traffic areas, and then making sure that there's enough pressure in the water system, that they don't leak, there's no waste. Anyway, they're in a deplorable state. So I think we have 2 big queues, which we will share from the ministry, and we now need to see how do we raise money for this. And we'd like to put a secure fence around the whole school. And the QS measured it's about 2 kilometers, because it's more than 20 acres. So it's 2 kilometers. And they've even designed a new gatehouse, because I always hear pictures, comments on that gate. It's been there since forever. I think if you move on, Susan had designed a new gatehouse. So I had some pictures of how the toilets look, Yeah, and then security, it's quite deplorable. When you move on to the next slide, Kentis, I think it has the new gatehouse. That was still, See, they have buckets and basins and, But that's the new gatehouse that Susan has designed. See, so that's worthy of Kotet, man. It looks good, and it's also very expensive, as you can see. We need to raise 80 million for that boundary fence. That's her estimate. Of course, when you tender, contractors always come in at lower than what the QS has put. And for the bathrooms, it's about 6 million that we're looking at. That one we can even raise right now. But one of the major things that we want to do is to do a master plan for the school. And the way we are looking at it is, this is our 90th year. Where will we be Kotet at 100? So that in 10 years, we have transformed that school. And we can easily recommend that school, or our grandchildren, we can actually have them go to that school. Because I think some of us are afraid if you take them to that school, there's some fear. So now what we want to do is to have one campus with a vision with different residential areas. One of the first things we need to do is to generate a topography for the ministry architect. The landscape architect is the one who's coming up with the whole, the master plan of how we shall move forward. But the immediate need is security and dignity. And that's it. There's also a program of solar that the school is taking up, I think, on their own, where KCB is giving some very preferential loans. Where it's, I think, as you're using, you're paying off your loan. So Susan, again, is involved in that. She's brought an electrical engineer from the ministry, and she's helping the school do all of this. So there's a lot of things that we are looking at doing, and we are really looking for your support. And we are looking for you to dig into your pockets or your networks so that we can raise the funds for this. Okay, so thank you.
Right, thank you, Nyangi. Again, I'll touch on that when I'm concluding, because it's a very important part of our legacy. Finance, where is our finance? Elizabeth? No, who's the chair of the finance committee? Maureen. Yes, Maureen, sorry, come. Who is presenting? Okay, Grace?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. So this is the Finance and Fundraising Committee. Our chair is Maureen Obai. Please stand. And then we have other members here. Lucy is a member. We have one person in the diaspora, Anita, and there was one other person who put their name. Please remind me. If they are here, please just stand. Says, of course. And we have a new member who joined us yesterday or today. Yeah. Who is it? Dorothy? Ah, wonderful. Yeah. So those are the members. It's a lean team right now, but we welcome more people with the necessary expertise in the committee. Elizabeth, which one? You. Sorry, Elizabeth. Our treasurer cannot miss, so Elizabeth is there. Yeah, so that is the team that has been working. I noticed that the other committees are focused very much on what they have done. We are very much forward-looking. What now that they've done everything they're doing, ours is to say, how do we raise the funds? How do we do it? So I don't want to dwell so much because Nyangate has done a good job of highlighting what are the needs, what is the problem. The keynote speaker mentioned that schools are not getting enough capitation, and when it comes, it is late. So there's a problem. That is just for recurrent. There's absolutely nothing for development. And there's a role for us as I think diaspora, because I'm in the diaspora. There's a role for us as alumni to support the school as a way of giving back and strengthening the institution that has really made us. So that is a problem that we are trying to address going forward. Let's have the next slide, please. Nyangate has also showed us the new gate. She has identified the key priority areas. And the first one, she said, was security and the gatehouse. The gatehouse has to change. And then we have to address the security. She said that there's been an incident. She didn't go into the details, but we need to address that issue. So what do we need to do? We need to address the security, the fence, and that is about 5.2 million. And then we need to address the ablution blocks. I don't need to say any more. For me, when I heard that people are using some very bad pit latrines, I said I cannot even go. I think I will be very traumatized. I don't know, those of you who are 1990 and backwards, did we even use pit latrines? No. We had pit latrines. For me, I never had a chance to use them. But I was horrified. Anyway, ablution blocks then. The third priority area is scholarships and student support. Again, Beth has spoken very elaborately on what we need to do. If per class we just adopt 1, 2, 3 girls, we can do something there. We know that currently there's a fee balance of about 4 million. But Beth also mentioned something that's really important, that there are girls who are admitted to Loreto and they don't even report because they don't have the fees. So she is responsible for looking for those girls, and Maureen is responsible for looking for the money, and we're going to show how we think that we can raise some of that money. Next one. The dignity kit, there's a dignity kit currently being run by the principal, providing underwear, sanitary wear, toiletries to girls who are not able to afford these things. So right now, there's really no structure, but we think that as alumni, we can chip in something there, and I'll show. Okay, master plan, I don't need to talk about it. Nyangate already talked about that. Let's go then to our the long-term financing strategy. Yeah, so this was it. So we are first of all looking at reaching out to corporates and NGOs who have an interest in the issues that we're trying to address. So we have in our team people who are good at developing proposals, developing concept notes, and then we are going to reach out to those entities to just make a direct contribution, whether in cash or in kind. But the big one is for us who are seated here and others who didn't come and those who are watching us online. We are thinking of segregating the alumni. So first and foremost, we have people whom we can call senior, quote unquote senior. Yeah, we have people in government, we have judges, we have directors in parastatals, we have chairmen of parastatals, we have ambassadors. We have people in the corporate, captains of industry, pioneers in different ways, distinguished people like John Odera here with all her experience in running schools. So we're thinking of having that kind of corporate event for the senior alumni.
And then they will come and perhaps make a pledge as individuals, or using their networks, maybe their institutions can make a pledge, and that is one way that we're going to raise funds. Then we have the trade fair. We've already started today by people buying the stalls, so the fees from the stalls will be used to raise more money. So we'll have more fairs going ahead, especially as we look to the 90th anniversary celebrations. Then we have the mid-career alumni. And for these, we think that we could organize ourselves by class. Okay, so we say the class of 87. By the way, I see that the class of 87 is overrepresented in the committees. Thanks to the good work of Stella. She's very good at mobilizing and calling and saying, please join, it's not so much, do. And she was like that in school, by the way. She used to do lots of this, bringing people together. So, mid-career, by class, can we come together and then we have, a target, maybe an annual target or a monthly target and like that. So that is the mid-career alumni. Then we have the people in the diaspora who are watching us today. The diaspora are unique in two ways. They can make their own contribution. They're earning dollars. Those guys, they're earning pounds, they're earning euros. But more importantly, they can link us to organizations that can support this cause. So as you listen this afternoon, please, this is the support that we need from the diaspora. Then there's an interesting category. I was told there's some people who maybe didn't have a very good experience while they were in Kotet. But we want to turn those not so good experiences to make it better for the students who are there today. So we are reaching out to those people. If they have sort of disengaged a little bit, we want to bring them back and say, you may not have had it so nice, but how about using that experience to do something better for those who are there? So that's what we're thinking of. So that is for alumni. Now, we have friends of Kotetians. There are men out there who are either our fathers, who are brothers, who in some way or the other are involved or have those ones. He for she. And you alumni are going to help us to identify those guys so that even they can be roped in and they come and support the cause. We are going to seek, of course, direct support from the Catholic Church and affiliated institutions. There are banks, there are insurances, there are many of those. We're going to look at the embassies. We think the Irish embassy is a good place to start. And then there are, of course, there's parents of current students. And in all this, we're looking to do one big fundraising dinner. So the works are still being worked, but one big fundraising dinner. I'm a big sports enthusiast, so we must do a marathon, and I like that. Huh? This is where Aberdare comes in. Yeah, so this is where Aberdare Amboseli ka kando, Savo ka kando, Samburu. Okay, so 90th anniversary marathon. It's going to be big, it's going to be great. Of course, we are going to rely on Margaret Wanjero's committee to really do a big, social media campaign highlighting these events that we're trying to hold and really just pumping up the things to make sure that those who are not in this room today, those who are not yet registered, know that something is happening, and that's it. So what can you do? What can you do to support? So first and foremost, we are calling and appealing on you guys to work with the fundraising committee to identify some of those people that I've talked about. Corporates. Who are these corporates who we can reach out to? Some of you are even working in those places. Can we exchange cards right now? Give us the contacts of who are the people in charge of CSR. Give us insights. If you do your proposal in this way, this will make it successful. So we are looking forward to alumni too. But first and foremost, we want a small contribution today. Just a small one. I know you didn't come for Harambe, but as you walk out, we're just going to... Treasurer, do we have payment by M-Pesa?
Yeah, so we'll put it up. Just as you walk out, anything that you can afford to give today, just give it today. The journey begins today. Then you'll help us. I've already talked about your networks. You'll help us to identify those he for she that we can reach out to. You can offer your technical expertise so that when the association is working, we have some rebates or we are having pro bono services, we don't mind. And Nyangate talked about the architect, the QS, we have our engineer here. I hope they are not charging, but even when you have to charge, because some of you are, like you'll give us some subsidized rates, isn't it? Thank you. Then, above all, we're asking for your active participation in the association. I think the chair is going to reinforce that one. Beth also talked about adopting a girl. So as we are calling it, adopt a cause. Is it a girl? Is it a class? Is it a brick? Is it a roll of wire? Whatever it is that you can support, we'd really appreciate. And then, of course, we are just, I don't know, you saw we are very few. We are some 8 or so individuals. We don't have all the ideas, of course. We are looking forward to you guys to support us, tell us you can also consider this, you can also go this route. We are not, we don't have the monopoly of the knowledge. So let me just invite Maureen to give one final little word before I sit down. Maureen, our chair.
Thank you so much, Grace. Thank you to the Finance and Fundraising Committee. Thank you, Kentis and Nyangate, for always holding our hand. Thank you, Ses. Yeah, and really everyone. For Lucy, you put in your time, your effort. Anita, you make time. We are not really experts in this field. So don't look at us here and think that we are experts in fundraising, or I think our finance team here with Liz, now those are the real experts in their field. But for fundraising, we're all trying to figure this together. We have great ideas. We could really use people with more ideas, with networks, with, who can help us to mobilize this and make it work. So you're very welcome to join the finance and fundraising team. As you can see, we have a lot planned out for us. We need you on board. Thank you. That's a great addition to our team. I just wanted to add one thing which might have been missed out. Parents of current quotations. That's also another avenue. Through the Parents Association, we hope that we can also be able to connect to the different classes. I know they feel the pain on behalf of their daughters, especially about the facilities, and so they would be very happy to also come on board. So thank you again. Please fill in the contact information form that we shared. We will recirculate, so that you can also tell us who you think we should be able to reach out to. You can also text, use any avenue to connect us to who you think we should be speaking to about our plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Our final committee, remember, we must be accountable. And we have to find a way of ensuring that funds do not do things that they are not supposed to do. The chair, audit, risk and compliance? Alumni engagement, tuko wapi? Alumni engagement?
I'll make do I call it a short presentation? So I'll tell you guys on what we've been working on and what our committee is supposed to do. So alumni engagement and welfare, we creating spaces where alumni learn, connect, and support one another. As for the things that we've been doing, when it comes to strengthening the alumni database and mentorship system. So this is something that we've kickstarted. We're trying to establish a database, and we've tried to involve the relevant parties so that you can have all the information of all the quotations in one place. The other thing we've been doing is enhancing participation and connectivity. We've been having monthly talks, I'm sure on WhatsApp. You guys have been seeing all these talks. We had a talk on wills and trusts. I think we did a 2-part series. Then we had a talk about cars. I'm sure Joanne is here. Where is she? Hey Joanne, she gave a talk, she's the one. We also did a talk on Mind Your Money by Susie Emma. She was one of our vendors today. The other thing we've been trying to do as the alumni engagement and welfare, we've been trying to foster mentorship and peer support culture. And how have we been doing this? One of the things we wanted to do is to establish a Kotet marketplace to promote alumni businesses. And as you can see today, we had a fair where we brought our own Kotetians as vendors to the event. So this is just the beginning. We are hoping this is the beginning, and we are going to grow, we are going to grow all the entrepreneurs who are Kotetians. So the fair today was our initiative as part of the alumni committee. We had volunteers, I need to mention that, but we are inviting you to join us so that if a small group of volunteers can do that, imagine what we can do if we all came together. So even for those who are volunteers, consider joining us. The other thing we've been doing as the alumni engagement and welfare, we want to establish a welfare or benevolent fund. I'm sure you guys saw one of the policies that we distributed was the one for bereavement. Maybe by show of hands, we can see how many read that policy on bereavement. You read it? Okay, sawa. So if we put that in place, at least we'll have a policy to support us. What else have we been doing? So that's basically part of what we've been doing as the Alumni Engagement and Welfare Committee, and we hope to do more. So why join us? Maybe we can move faster. I think right now we're only 3 or 4 of us. Susan Nyaga, who's not here, and Lutomia, who's in the US, but she's very supportive. And of course, Nyangate, I know she's been given a lot of flowers, but let me give her more of her flowers, because I have worked with her and I can attest for sure. She's very efficient, and if you want someone who gets these things done, for sure, she's the one. But anyway, I'm sending an invitation to all of you. If you join us, you'll help us support the alumni welfare and inclusion, build meaningful intergenerational connections. So join us and let's build the next chapter of sisterhood.
I just don't know how I forgot the alumni engagement. One of the key issues, I'm sharing, it's not showing. One of the key issues that we realized was that we must engage one another at different levels. And so the alumni is the key stakeholder. So how do we engage with this key stakeholder? And so the monthly talks, your WhatsApp, your, whatever. So apologies that I didn't have your presentation in here. I'll make sure that I include it for, sending out to the members. And then, of course, we have the audit, risk and compliance. Remember, this is a committee, there's a constitutional committee that was proposed during the last AGM. And so we have this audit, risk and compliance committee that's also responsible for ensuring monitoring and evaluation. And their job is not just about finances, but it's everything that we are doing. So our chair is here, the chair for audit, risk and compliance. Please come and make your presentation.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lydia Nalianya, class of 2009, number 24P. So here we have a list of our committee members. We are around 8 members. One new member joined us yesterday. So we have Joyce Kanana, Abigail Bitutu, Imelda Odwor, Victoria Muya, Gaki Dominica, myself, Eileen Vulimu, and Claire Antinyari. So majority of the members that we have here are actually advocates, including myself, and also double up as a CPAK. Before I go into my presentation, for those who are here, and if you have friends who are qualified accountants or data analysts, we are looking for a more diverse membership to be able to run this committee. Okay. And the reason why I say this is in the organizations that you work in, whether you're employed or you have your own business, risks are diverse. So to be able to identify them, to assess them, and to manage them, you need people with a diverse background. So with that, I'm hoping we'll be able to get a more enriched membership. Next slide. So in summary, our mandate, if you look at the name of the committee, it's audit, risk, and compliance. So our mandate actually covers all those 3 facets. It's supposed to exercise independent oversight over all the committees and operations of the Alumni Association. So ideally, we are supposed to breathe governance into how the alumni operates, and we are mandated to strengthen the internal control environment. So whatever policies that we have here are supposed to work hand in hand to ensure that the alumni runs well, and we are supposed to ensure adherence to governance frameworks and statutory requirements. So remember, the association is registered under the Societies Act, and we need to ensure we comply with the regulations and the laws that we have in place. Aside from that, we also need to comply with tax laws and the Data Protection Act. And in terms of strategic goals that we are supporting, we are supposed to strengthen governance structures and policies and institutionalize accountability and oversight of performance management. Okay, I don't want to bore you a lot with the verbosity, but our purpose, okay, just a summary. So ideally, we're going to be looking at risks from end to end, identify the risks that we face, try to assess them, and give mitigation strategy. Mitigation is to ensure that we are trying to counter those risks so that we don't fail in terms of getting into problems with regulators or getting into fines and such like things. And of course, I've mentioned that we are registered as a society, so you have to ensure you comply with all the statutory obligations. And lastly, we have to ensure that we run the internal and external audit governance process. So when you look at internal audit, it's more or less about the internal controls mechanism, and the external audit is now having someone external looking into our books of accounts. Remember, we are giving out contributions to the society, and we have to ensure that these funds are used in a way that is prudent. And in terms of key achievements, we've been able to compile the audit risk and compliance work plan, and we were able to review 2 policies. So when we started, we only had 1 policy that was combining all 3 aspects, but as a committee, we decided to separate the 2. So we have a risk and compliance policy and an audit policy. So the committee members worked to review the policies that Nyangate had shared with us and made the amendments to ensure that it breathes into what our society really is. I think I'm done.
Right, so you're going to get this presentation, so you will have all the priorities and so on. I have tons and tons of gratitude. Thank you so much. Council members, well done. Great job. Committee members, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. You're volunteering yourselves, you're volunteering your time, your intellect, you're just doing a brilliant job. You're real Kotetians at heart. Let's remain like that, let's give of ourselves, let's make Kotet what it should be. Because we are talking about one spirit, one sisterhood, one Kotet. Let's be one in everything that we do and how we support each other and our alma mater. And with that, I want to submit the chairperson's report, and I assure you the rest of the program is going to be absolutely neatly short. Thank you so much. Do we have questions? I knew the issue of the discipline was going to come. I can only talk about it. I won't even mean it. You understand? Yeah, because I don't want people to be in trouble. Any questions? Yes, Lucy? 141,000 shillings for term 2. I don't know. Regardless of what it is, it was 141,000 shillings. And please, those of you who are from DCI, musiende mushtaki watu. Yes, Patricia?
Hi, my question is on this urgency, the toilets, the stress that's causing. How much are parents aware? Are they on board?
Parents are aware. By the way, I forgot to say it. The chair of the PTA, the Parents Association, it's now PA. The chair of the PA said he might even pass through here. He's completely committed. He says that parents are committed to doing something about it. Right now, there's a dormitory that is being built, so trying to ease that congestion. The last 3 dormitories that were built without a sewer system. So they are going into the septic tank that was built for the other ones. That's why we are in a mess. So Suki, the architect, is under instruction. If it is a biodigester, whatever it is, get on with it. So August is our target. Let's get those toilets and bathrooms sorted out. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I think maybe I could just make a contribution. And as a recent parent of Kotet, I think one of the biggest stressors is the schedule, the daily schedule for the girls. And I wonder if something can be done about it. I mean, you're depriving children of sleep. If you deprive children of sleep continuously for a long time, that stress is going to get to a limit. And I think that's what's happening nationally. And students are going to see what we are seeing now. Yeah, they're going to break.
Got you?
Oh, they sleep for 4 or 5 hours.
So over there? Yeah. Very quickly, I'll take the last 2 questions. Time is not on our side so that we can close up. Yeah? Go ahead.
So mine is also closely related to that. I know we are addressing the physical, the ablutions and all that, but I wanted to find out if there's something being done about the psychosocial support so that it's done alongside that. Yeah. That's my question.
That's being done in the confines of by the way, the school regulations spell out what can be done. So currently, the Catholic Church is the one that is carrying out the psychosocial support. They're the ones that are giving the psychosocial support. It is not adequate. That is for sure, and we are trying to see how can we make it happen. We've already informed them that we have alumni who are running organizations that are willing to put in the time to do this, to provide the support. But there's quite a bit of suspicion around the alumni. My suspicion is because we had a nice time, a better time than the ones who are there now. And so it is thought we are influencing them negatively. You understand? So we need to be very careful how we engage. No, it's a fact. So we need, and I can point out some things that we shouldn't be saying, and we do. we are doing our best to ensure that the kids do get the support they require. Yeah. There's somebody who had a question there? It was the same. Yeah. Okay, that table.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Emily Bosire, class of 90, number 4P. I'm so happy to be here. This is my first time ever. I come from Eldoret. And today I said I must be here, so I came. And I just feel like we should have chapters all over the country, so that we don't just concentrate in Nairobi. And that way it will make us, it will bring more people on board, and we'll be able to accomplish this. I want to congratulate the chair for what you've done. I've been seeing that online. And my question was on whether we have a representation on the BOM, but I'm so happy I've heard that you are a representative. You serve in the board, which is very good. So kindly reach out, let's spread out and fish as many quotations as possible. I'm just so happy to be here today. This is another 90 here with me, and we're just glad. Agnes Kuria. Agnes Kuria. Thank you. Number? 18P. 18P, plain, eh?
Wonderful.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Chapters, they are in the Constitution. We ought to roll them out, including diaspora. So we will, that's a very good suggestion. Please minute it. Yeah, we'll see how to make them happen. County chapters. County are 47, maybe regional. Yeah, maybe regions, the former provinces. Anyway, chapters, we had you. Chapters and diaspora as well. Maureen?
So first, I'm really glad to be part of the team and everything we are doing with the infrastructure and all. I'm very optimistic. My question is, what more can we then do as an alumni to also address the other soft aspects? The Kotet we remember, and I'm saying this because I've interacted a lot with the alumni today from the more recent years. I feel like there is more love in the former years than in the very recent years. Yeah, that it seems like there was a lot of surviving Kotet in the more recent years, while for us, we absolutely loved it. So how do we help the school to bring back that love? I know, of course, within reasonable limits, but as an alumni, how do we safeguard that so that future quotations can also be happy to come back and give back? And in the same light, we also know that right now there's a lot of conversation about intergenerational gaps and misunderstandings at workplaces. It's now, what do we call it? It's the ongoing conversation. Workplaces are trying to just make sure that there is alignment, complementarity within the different generations. We have a new education system this year, CBE, grade 10s. And so clearly the educators, support staff, I think something needs to be done, not necessarily because there's a problem, but because it's only right that some sort of alignment happens even within schools, just sort of maybe, I don't know, engaging them on how do we deal with a new system, a new crop of learners, different way of thinking. The world is also shifting, the way we do things, how we resolve conflicts, more dialogue. So I'm just thinking about all that as part of our strategy. I don't know, maybe not immediate, but I would like also to look at that.
Yeah, excellent idea. But like I said, we will need to creep in. Yeah, and I believe that the starting point is the visible things. Once they see us doing some of those visible things, it will be much easier for them now to accept that we are there to help. What I need them to understand is that I told them, for me, Kotet was home. So it's like going back home. So once they see that that is our intention, then we will start being accepted more. We are right there. We want, for example, if we have a master plan, by the way, we were thinking with Nyangate that a master plan would enable the Catholic Church to see that we need more fields. You understand? Because for fields, we need space. But if you don't have a plan and you're saying we need a field, they'll just give you some. Are you getting? So if we have a master plan and we say this is where we are going, then you can even present it to the sponsor and say, because those are some of the things that are missing. They don't have enough playgrounds and so on and so forth. So one step at a time. But the master plan is the one that will give us the pathway. So that even when we move, when I leave from being a chair, there is a route that we are taking that is very, very clear. And that's why this year was a year of creating the foundation. Generational, intergenerational involvement, you've seen. The reason I had the presentation of the chair's report this way was exactly that, to demonstrate that we have a whole host of people that are participating. Please bring in those ones who were in later years so that they can get a feel of what, it is like to be a true quotation and be able to give back. Okay? So we will create those, we'll ensure that we are networking across generations in our monthly talks about the different, because it's not just the school that's grappling with the intergenerational conversations. We all are. We all are. Ladies, I want to ask for a proposer for the chair's report and a seconder. A proposer? Leah Ogola. She's actually Onyango now. 1983. Yes. Your second. Benedict. Yeah? 2000. Yeah, 2000. Thank you so much. I submit, and thank you, people, for listening to us. So the next agenda item is the treasurer's report, and I want to submit before she starts that she had no access to the account since she was elected until 23rd of June 2026, last month. And therefore, you can imagine. So we did not do any transactions the entire year because of the processes at the office of the Registrar of Societies. So I want to commend Elizabeth. It's been a very tough thing for her, and she still has work to do on the Treasurer's report. Elizabeth, over to you.
So good evening once again. So I'll be presenting my report. So these are reports covering the financial years 2024 to 2025. Starting with the membership. The membership has continued to grow. So in 2024, we had 184 members. 2025, 193 members. And as of this year, that is last year, June, we had 281 members. We can go to the income performance. So during the period, we had a total income of 1.7 million.
Most of these was mostly from annual subscriptions, life membership, contributions, AGM, and dinner. So we have the breakdown for 2024. We had income of 356,000, and for 2025, 1.4 million. So last year is when we had our first AGM. So we have the contributions for the AGM and also some from the merchandise sale. So far, our largest revenue contributor is Life membership contributions, and we encourage you all to join Life membership. Then we can move on to our expenditure. So the expenditure for the period, here being 2024-2025, comes to 811,000. The biggest expense here was for the AGM that we held last year and for the merchandise. So we have the breakdown of the particular costs that we incurred for the AGM. Then we had costs incurred for the strategy sessions, for coming up with a strategy, and for the stakeholder engagement, and a lot of administrative costs. So that's basically our breakdown for the expenses. For the AGM, we have the dinner expense itself, we have the photography, we have the MC services, we have the live stream, we also have our merchandise. These are just some of the expenses that we incur during the AGM. Then going on, we have our expenditure. So 2024 was a light year compared to 2025, where we had most of the expenditure. And to the overall financial performance, after accounting for the income and expenditure, the association has recorded a cumulative net surplus of 962,000. We are calling it a surplus because we are not making a profit. It's really just a surplus of our income. So we have from 2024 and from 2025. So that's currently what we have as our surplus. Overall financial position, as at the end of last year, we had 825,000 in the bank, and with total current assets at 1.03 million. This is just a snapshot of our balance sheet, which shows our assets, which mostly is the bank and the inventory. This is the merchandise that we hold for selling. So whatever was left last year as a balance, this is what we are holding. Then we have our surplus. Then we have liabilities. As Kentis has mentioned, last year we were not able to access our books at all. So members of the council went out of their way to cater for some of the expenses that were incurred during the year. And these what were being held as liabilities, amounting to 101,000. Then this is a breakdown of what we are calling inventory. And these are merchandise. If you have visited our merchandise table, you'll have seen these items. We have the water bottles, the mugs, the bags. So these are value that we are holding as inventory. Then we have the outstanding liabilities. Basically, the council financed most of the expenses that we incurred last year, and thank you to the council for that. So that also gives the breakdown of what was incurred by the members. So in summary, the association remains financially solvent, and it is growing, primarily driven by life membership contributions and annual subscriptions. So we'd really want to encourage you all, please pay up your subscriptions in time. If you can, transform into life membership, really encouraging you all. So the current membership, we are 281 members. Life members start are at 35. Ordinary members, 196. We have student members, and we also have students with no subscription. These are members who only contributed 500, but they have not paid beyond that. They've not paid 1,000 for student or 25 or life. So those ones are members classified as no subscription members. So that's current membership as of this year, June. Overall, our key achievements: we have strong revenue growth. Successful AGM like this one and the one held last year, and alumni engagement events. We have a positive cash position in bank, and the expansion of our alumni base to over 280 members and growing. We also face some challenges. The delayed bank account access. As mentioned, we are only able to access our bank and transact less than a month ago. Then we have high member inactivity. A significant portion of the membership remains inactive. Actually, most of the members only pay up their subs in July or near AGMs. We are also working on the membership system where we can continuously send you reminders when your membership falls due. We also have a challenge of unidentified deposits. So sometimes when we receive money, especially from other banks paid directly to our pay bill, we are not able to identify who paid that money. So we have some sums we cannot identify who paid it. So your subs might be showing as outstanding, but on our end, we also can't tell. So when you pay, kindly also, we have the alumni phone. Kindly also just drop a message on WhatsApp and just say this is payment for subscription for this member. And finally, inventory management. For the inventory that we are handling, we had a challenge of tracking it. So we are establishing more robust system to make sure we don't lose any of the inventory. In conclusion, the association remains in a strong financial position with healthy cash reserves. Going forward, efforts will focus on increasing membership and subscription compliance. We are hoping we can be able to achieve that also through the membership system, strengthening life membership enrollment, expanding merchandise sales and fundraising initiative, maintaining prudent expenditure controls, and finally, building financial reserves to support future projects and strategic initiatives. Thank you to the executive committee members and all of you for your support and your contributions. Thank you.
Any questions on the Treasurer's report? Yes?
Good afternoon, ladies and a few gentlemen. My name is Reno. I am a joining member. So from the Treasurer's report, I would like to know how the Revenue Authority has been treating the association because you hold inventory. Do they pose a problem for the tax purposes? Or do they assume that this inventory is being sold only to members? Yeah.
Currently, we are not wanting to treat the inventory as a sales merchandise because that would bring a lot of complications with regards to e-teams. So we are holding it separately. Yeah. And if you have to fully go the inventory selling way, we would be fully integrated with e-teams. That is not yet happening. Whereby, like today, if you buy merchandise, we can even give you an e-teams receipt. Yeah.
Yeah, perhaps I would say also that we haven't been audited. We've not managed to be audited yet. One, because of the very minimal transactions that have taken place. And two, we asked the internal auditors to look at the books so that they can report here. And so three, we are not yet at the 5 million turnover. So we are taking advantage of that to make sure that our papers are right. And so the internal auditors will tell us what they have talked about going forward so that we can then now be able to start to do books that can actually go into the KRA system. We haven't done any yet. Is it making sense? And remember, I'm not a CPA, so but I run a company, so sometimes yeah, okay. So we haven't had an audit. Last year we had promised we'd make sure that this year we have an audit, but our treasurer only had access, on 23rd of June. So there have been no transactions. It doesn't make sense to pay an external auditor to audit something that has not actually been done. Okay? And then we asked the internal audit team to look at our books and report to you if there are funny things going on. Yeah? Does that answer your question? Yeah, so we are hopeful that going forward, we are going to be audited, and the internal audit team has given some direction on what needs to be done. Yeah? All right, members, somebody to propose and another one to second so that we can move quickly to the next agenda item. Treasurer's report, Lucy. Lucy has proposed, and Christine has seconded. So that goes the Treasurer's report. Budget, you have a statement for the budget, Madam Secretary? Do you have we had a statement. Right. I just want to mention that the budget, we were unable to develop a budget simply because, one, we needed the policies. May I have your attention, please? Because we needed the policies to be passed so that the policies can inform the various activities that are going to be we are going to be involved in. That's one. Two, the budgets for the infrastructure program, when did they come in? They came in yesterday. Yeah, they came in yesterday. So we were not able to do a budget. And so what we want to commit to you is that a budget is going to be done within the month and presented at an SGM for approval, if that is acceptable, because we just couldn't. We didn't have the activities upon which to develop a budget. Remember, we are working on firm foundations. So we are not doing things to just tick boxes. We want to make sure that we are doing the right thing. So a budget will be developed, and within a month, we are going to call an SGM virtual so that we can then pass the budget. So that is about the budget. And then we have the issue of the external auditor, and that particular item we have given to the internal audit team. And what they advised is that they are going after, you give approval, you approve the internal audit team to procure an external auditor. So if the approval is given in this meeting, then they're going to send out a call for external auditors so that by the next AGM, we have an auditor in place. So what we need for this meeting is a resolution or an approval for the internal audit team, the audit risk and compliance team, to procure an external auditor. Is that acceptable? Yeah, so the budget within a month at the SGM and the external auditor as well, so that the internal audit team will procure, and then we can then approve that at the next SGM. And then the final item, the proposal for the budget, proposal for budget to be given at the SGM, proposal. Please, your name and year. 2005, Marianne, 2005. Seconder, Susan Nyawade. 1980, Form 4. Then we go to evaluation. Sorry, yes? Yes. Financial year, which is January to December. Good. '31st of December. Agreed. It's one of the things that we were debating, so you're spot on, because our financial year is January to December 31st, meaning we must be audited by March in time for our AGM that must happen by June. Yeah, so you're spot on. Let's have that minuted as well. The issue of the external auditor, appointment of external auditor, can somebody propose? Somebody propose the external auditor? Catherine Muyeka Muma, 1985, yes? Kokimuli, 1993. Okay, so that is what we'll do with the audit. And then the final item, no, actually we will take it together. The amended constitution, we want now to get resolutions for the entire meeting, starting with the resolutions for, and that I'd want the secretary to take us through, isn't it? Is that the yeah? I think that's it. Yes, so just the resolutions.
Okay, so ladies, I would like to call for a resolution that the draft amended constitution as presented at the annual general meeting be approved and formally adopted in its entirety. Do we have a proposer for that? Yes, you have a question, that's okay.
So my name is Nekesa, class of 99, number 37B. Amboseli House. I have a couple of questions or maybe clarifications on the Constitution. I think I might have missed when we were supposed to ask the questions. I just wanted to know the reason maybe for moving from the years of the council from 2 to 3. Is there a reason why that is the case? And then also the issue of Pool A, Pool B. What is the reason for that? Because I'm hearing that for the first time in any society. And then in terms of majority, board council voting, there was the 2/3, but since it has been removed and then put to majority rather than 2/3. So what is that majority? I would need a clarity on that. Then there is the issue of trustees. I would need clarification on what that means. When you say registration of immovables to the 5 trustees, what does that imply to the immovables of the society? Oh, is it society? Association. Then is there a reason why the secretary must have like CPS or legal background? Because that's something that you also mentioned. So that's something. And maybe to the others, like if we have a treasurer, is it a must that they have CPA-K? Yeah, so that's what we wanted to ask in terms of the council.
Any other questions? And by the way, just to for clarity, thank you for asking. These documents were circulated, isn't it, for feedback? And the idea was so that we can move quickly, so that people would have read. I'm not putting you down. I'm just trying to say that it's critical. So, and we are not trying to just push the documents through. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so you asked first of all Group A and Group B, where we have 2 groups. That is something that members decided they wanted for continuity. So you do not have completely newly elected council members. So you have some that remained from the previous period and some that come in, so that there's continuity. So you're not wasting too much time grappling with what should you be doing, what is being done, what is next, there is continuity in that aspect. So that was already there. The issue we had was that we had a two-year term, which meant we would have elections every single year. This year we have for Group A, next year we have for Group B, next year Group A needs to be re-elected, next year Group B needs to be re-elected. And we have a big problem with registering the officials at the society's registry. We only finalized the registration from the last AGM this year. Was it May? So you can imagine that up to May, we did not have a letter from the registrar confirming that these officials have been elected. It took us now, from getting that letter in May, and then the bank processes now, it took us up to June just to get access to the bank account. Now imagine if we had to hold elections again now, and then change the officials, and then start that process again. When will we work? We are stagnant. We cannot move. So to change that, we wanted to look for a way in which we can have a breather in terms of elections. Now, 4 years, 5 years would have been too long. It's a volunteer position. There's volunteer fatigue. It's too long. So 3 years felt like a good compromise in between. And unfortunately, 3 years also means that you will have 2 years of elections. Say, for example, this year elections, next year elections. But after that, you will have a year where you breathe. You don't have elections. And now the council is at full force and they can work. So that is how we arrived at that. The majority at the council meeting, you asked what is majority. Essentially, if you have more than half, you have majority. And we could not put as the constitution 50+1. We don't want to have decimals and fractions, in that nightmare. So we left it simply at, if the majority of council is present, then we can proceed. Yeah. Then you asked why the secretary must have a legal background. Remember that the secretary is the one who's advising the association on legal matters. If an issue arises, the secretary has to advise, what does our constitution say? What do our regulations say? How do we move around this? And this is not information that, we call you guys poleni, lay people. This is not legalists, we call you guys lay people. So this is not information that, yes, that a lay person should have. And that is why we felt it important to have that as a requirement. Because you can also not have a secretary who then needs to be trained. You understand? So for example, no, like Beatrix. Beatrix is not Pole. Beatrix is not a legal mind. So I had to train her as a secretary. You understand? Yeah. So it is just best that going forward, we actually have someone who is coming to advise and not coming to be advised. Yes. Trustees. You asked registration of immovables to the 5 trustees. What does that imply? So the idea is that the trustees are registered as the owners of the immovable property. So the trust, okay, first of all, now I would have to explain to you, now I have to explain to you what a trust is. And this is the problem.
Okay, I was just, in the interest of time, the lights have come on and it's getting dark, but I think anybody else who has questions, is there a way that you can send them so they can be answered individually so that we can wind up? We would also like to give you an opportunity to pass by the vendors. There are 2 or 3 vendors that you weren't able to experience before so that they can also finalize and wrap up. I don't want you to miss the handbag lady. Oh, she got good leather. So, committee members, with all due respect, could we possibly wind up so that we can give the vendors an opportunity? And thank you so much for asking your questions. They've been wonderful. Of course, all of them very important. So she'll let you know how you can now direct more personal and, targeted questions via either email, WhatsApp groups, and so on and so forth. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Cess, for adding some sauce in between the legalists. So just one line. I know, just one line. So you register an official trust in the name of the association, and the trustees are the ones who run the trust. And it is their names that go on the name of the titles and everything. So that's it. Yeah. Okay.
So you're saying they cannot sell without coming to a general
us.
meeting.
Yes. So ladies, we were calling for a proposer and a seconder for the resolution to pass the amended constitution.
Yeah. Amended.
Do we have a
constitution? Name and year?
Name is Elsie Rodrot, year 2010.
2010.
Elsie, you'll have to spell that second one. it went so fast. Yes, please. R-O? R-O-T, yeah. Class of?
And says is seconding. What's the next resolution?
Even the class we now know 87, which by the way is the year I was born. Okay, so we thank you. That resolution is passed. Now on to the next resolution. We have already told you that we have a new constitution and we have transitional clauses for the election of office bearers. So for the smooth running of that constitution, once it comes into force, we were to have elections this year for one of the groups of officials. But for it to run smoothly, and because we need to operate, we didn't want to hold elections again this year, for convenience sake, we would like you to adopt a resolution to have the elections for those officials, which is the Group B officials, the vice chairperson, the secretary, the vice treasurer, and 2 council members to be conducted at the next general meeting in 2027. Yes, proposer?
No. That is rigging. Can we have other members to propose? Patricia Mwangi proposes, and Millicent Ojwang. Patricia, 1984. 1995. Millicent Ojwang, 1995.
Okay.
Yeah, next resolution.
We have one final resolution, and that is for the policies. 13 policies. I will not read them out, ladies. They are on the agenda. So a resolution to have the policies adopted.
No. That table we will ignore. Please go ahead. Lucy Ngethe. Lucy,
1983, yeah?
1983, Lucy, and Teresa
Nekesa, 1999, she
yes.
Media.
We have banned a certain table from participating. Wanajijua. Right. Members, this is an annual general meeting, says. And annual general meetings, if we did not receive your AOB 14 days before today, I'm sorry, we cannot table it. And we didn't receive, and therefore there is no other business. So the next AGM will be announced for next year. We've promised to have an SGM for the 2 matters. It will be announced as quickly as possible. I want to thank all of you for being a brilliant team. As if I'm saying something important, we know that quotations are brilliant. Yeah. So any table where somebody is so confused she doesn't even know her house, forget about it. Anyway, members, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I'm looking forward to this coming year where we now start putting things into action. This is your association. Make it work for you. As long as it works for you, it's going to work for our alma mater. And I love you all. Love you all. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, for those of you whose merchandise we have not seen, it is there. Kako kakamjai pale. And there's a pay bill for those who want to take some wine. Wait a minute, and we will put up the pay bill for the account for the fundraiser. So starting off the fundraiser. Actually, I had planned to have a table for fundraising, and I just couldn't due to personal interferences. Yeah. So thank you so much, Ambassador, for calling us to do something about the endowment fund. That fundraising begins now. So please get your phones out and let us go 522533. The account is 7906334. My suspicion is we are going to have that dinner this year to celebrate our 90th anniversary. So start looking at your significant others. I'm told people didn't pay dowry. It's time for them to pay dowry. Ama wale walilipa kidogo. So we'll be saying wamalizie huku, si ndio? Yeah, but seriously, we have networks. Let's make our networks work for us. May I please hand over the microphone to Cess? Can you see that she's just standing up and sitting? I tell you, a drama queen, eh?
But if I asked you for your vote, you know you'd vote for me. You know that. And you know that you want me on your table as the proposer. Are you seconding me?
Of course.
Okay, you see, there we go. The party is growing.
Okay, no, I actually wanted to whisper, but...
Okay, whisper. Okay. I understand I am to receive something small. But in the spirit of receiving something small, let's also give something small. And you can just raise your phones, and don't forget, it doesn't matter. It can be 500, it could be 1,000 shillings. You know, it starts somewhere. And remember, it's going to a great place. The place we came from. The place that gave us greatness. The place that gave us the strength, the confidence to be who we are today, to dare to do things, to begin things that others thought were impossible and difficult. This is where it started, and we must make sure that it continues. So from 500 Kenya shillings to 1,000 Kenya shillings, if you'd like a couple of millions, feel free and see me on the side. You can see me hapa kando. But I'd like to thank all of you. Let's be upstanding and give a big hand to Kentis and her committee. Thank you very much. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Waluya mko wapi? Shangwe na vigelegele. Thank you very much. I'm sure there's no AOB. And until the next one. Kentis, I think we should have a side. I was thinking I proposed something, then you can second me. Okay. Asanteni and God bless. Can we finish with a word of prayer? Yeah, okay. Susie Ndanyi? You can do it from there. Yeah.
Let's take a posture of silence.
1 minute.
Okay.
DJ, we are going to pray. Alafu, you can chime in. Thank you.
All right, the Lord has been good to us. Let's take a posture of silence, and then from that silence, from our collective energy, I will pray.
Everlasting Father, we thank you. We worship your name because you are Jehovah. You are the King of kings and the Lord of lords. Thank you for the joy that you give us, and thank you for the collective energy in the room and what you've done for us in our lives through Kotet. So, Father, we thank you for the history that has been and for where we are going, Jehovah. We pray that you'll hold our hands. Father, yes, man plans, but ultimately you are the one who accomplishes. So, Lord, we want to place the plans that we've had this afternoon, all the activities that we've gone through, to place Kotet in a better place, that, Lord, you would go ahead of us. That the plans that we have put on the table, my Redeemer, I pray that may you infuse them with your love, with your energy, that ultimately may your name be glorified. And so now I release your people, that, Father, may you walk with them. May your hand of blessing accompany them. May you bless their families. May your hand of protection go ahead of them. We pray this, believing and trusting in Jesus' name. Amen and amen.
Are we able to take a photograph here?
Okay, photographer, get ready. And ladies, don't forget, pass by the fair again.
Come take a
There's
photo.
some vendors.
And all those documents, by the way, will be in a repository so that you can look at them. Join whatever committee you want. We look for your expertise. So look at a document where you have expertise and give us your. Please come this way. Come this way so that we can take a photograph with that at the back. We are many. Yeah, let's get seats up here. Yeah, seats so that people can sit here and others can stand at the back.
The table just a little bit.
A little bit. Thank you for coming, ladies. Thank you. Yes, we'll stand. Yeah. Wonderful. Some more chairs, please. Some more chairs. Yeah, good idea. Very good idea there.
Even climbing up is difficult.
We need a Zumba class. Who's going to start as a Zumba class? Zumba class. For my age mates. Come over. Some can even sit there. Come here.
Nobody wants to sit. Who is going to sit?
Come.
Chairman, chairperson. Get it.
Tandana Bazam Masile happy Masile happy Masile kunye Masile happy Masile happy Masile kunye Masile happy Masile happy, Masile kunye, Masile happy, Masile happy, Masile kunye. Da 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 Masile happy, Masile happy, Masile kunye, Masile happy, Masile happy, Masile kunye, Masile happy,